Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. We begin. We are ready to begin. Happy Tuesday, everyone. You're listening to the beautiful soundtrack of Split Second Velocity, the next case of analysis here on the channel. I left a hint over at Discord during the weekend after we finish our legendary final analysis of Sacred 2 after 40 days. This one won't take us that much time because I don't remember the campaign being so long, but it'll certainly be an interesting case. An extremely interesting case. Alright, I think everything's working. I've already adjusted the title. There we go, etc. etc. We will continue with Sacred 2 on Thursdays, and then probably next week we will invert them. We'll do Sacred 2 on Tuesdays and then Split Second on Thursdays, and pretty much we will finish the Ice and Blood expansions of Sacred 2. Alright, by the way, congratulations to Crowbar for being the one person who, over at the Discord, who guessed the name of the game just by listening to this legendary song from it. Pretty much just using the sound, he guessed that it was indeed Split Second in less than 30 minutes, I believe. I believe it was less than 30 minutes, something like that. I logged out and he had already guessed it in 30 minutes. So congratulations to Crowbar. Alright, people. Alright. Pretty interesting case. Pretty interesting case. That we will analyze here on the channel. We begin. It took us almost a year to analyze Sacred 2. I don't think this one will take us that much because it's a much shorter game, but that doesn't mean that it isn't quite amazing. As I always mention, people, before we get into the gameplay, I'll do an intro of the history of the game, and then I will once again refresh the analysis methodology that we are going to follow for YouTube viewers of this VOD in the future. Pretty much, people. Here I'll show you. Let's begin with the historical context of this release, so we know what we are going to analyze. Then we'll define the method that we are going to use to analyze it, and then we'll proceed with the game. I always love to do this at the beginning of each analysis, so pretty much everyone knows what we are going to be looking for once we get into the gameplay. So let's get to it, and let's begin with the story behind this legendary game called Split Second, or Split Second Velocity in European territories. Okay, let us begin, people. Here we are. This is a Split Second, or Split Second Velocity. I know that perhaps you cannot see the upper section, but basically Split Second Velocity, released in North America as a Split Second. It's a racing video game developed by Black Rock Studio, which we are going to analyze in a bit, and published by Disney Interactive Studios, basically just the publisher. It's on Windows, PlayStation 3, Xbox 360. It was released in May of the year 2010, and it was later released on OnLive on 2011. It was apparently OnLive was a provider of cloud virtualization technologies based on California gaming cloud. Yeah, it was like Google Stadia. Shit, this is like Google Stadia on 10 years before. In the game, basically, the players take part in a fictional reality. It's a reality TV show with a variety of events, which will be the game modes. Basically, I have already played this game back in the day, but you will see that we have a lot of extra things this time because I've been able to implement a 60 FPS mod with fixed physics, fixed joystick control, and of course on ultra graphics and 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 unlocking the DLC console exclusive content except for the onslaught mode. Consider variety of events known as the power plays. Please remember this in your head. This is the power play. This is the power plays are the main attraction of the game, which will set it apart in terms of the innovation category of our analysis, because basically it's the mechanic that helps redefine the mechanics of the racing genre, which this game belongs to. Split Second was ported to the PlayStation Portable, amazing port that you can also play, quite faithful to the original, in November of 2010 by Sumo Digital. It also had an iOS release. Yeah, here. There's an iOS release, but basically I highly recommend you get a modded PS Vita with which has the hardware of a PSP, and then get the PSP version of this, and you can take it wherever you go. It was a swan song, just like with Seiko 2. Generally, all of the underrated games that I analyze on the channel, a lot of them are the swan song of a game studio. The last game developed by said studio, as you can see there, by Black Rock Studio, being closed by Disney 1 year later. Pretty fast. It's a fictional reality TV show, pretty similar to if you watched Cartoon Network as a kid or any other reality TV show. It's similar to Total Drama Island, but with cars and explosions, for example, just so you have a general idea. And they build their meter. We'll analyze all of the gameplay mechanics once we get into it. Such events range. Here you have a perfect reference. As you can see there, there's an explosion that pretty much will tell you. It's not big enough. That will pretty much tell you. But I bet you can see it if I zoom in. There you can see it. Yeah, there we go. It explodes. This will be the scale of the gameplay, just so you have a general idea of what we are talking about. The game basically triggers those power plays, and they will be the signature of them. There are different levels, different modes, as you can see there. Pretty much. There was a downloadable content. A Time Savers DLC pack was released upon the game launch, which unlocks all. This wasn't released on PC, but you'll see that I will have it unlocked, the Time Savers DLC, so I'll have access to all of the cars, all of the tracks, not all of the modes, because I think Onslaught mode was exclusive. Then we'll see. Maybe because it says without the player having to unlock them by playing through the game's season mode. Maybe they are unlocked. If we play it, maybe if we play all of the season, which is basically the campaign. The High Octane Supercar Pack was released as a DLC. We will also have this one unlocked, featuring the Corvette, the Elite, and the standard car packs. We'll have all of the packs. The next paid download was released at Survival of the Raw. It had a lot of survival modes, and that, as you can see, were only released on consoles. The PC port of this was pretty poor. The game doesn't have a huge PC community at all. It was much bigger on consoles. It was the main release. It was a game published by Disney, after all, geared towards a different philosophy. Disney still thought that back then games were still for kids only, in that sense. So, survival mode, it had a lot of DLCs that, as far as I can tell, all the downloadable content, with the exception of the 2 free add-ons, is available in Europe as part of the Ultimate Edition. A complete bundle will come with a digital version of it. Well, as you'll see, the Steam version that you'll see here as part of the Split Second was included alongside other titles, such as Epic Mickey 2, pretty good game. There's also a PS Vita version, and Pure, it's 30 FPS lock as well. You can see that there's a constant here. All of them were 30 FPS locked. This version of the game has also super online multiplayer. Alright, pretty much. I didn't know that we could. Maybe we can unlock Onslaught mode once we beat the whole campaign. Probably that can be the case, but I think it was still exclusive to the console version of it. The PSP version, blah 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 blah, pretty much. And here we have the qualifications. Pretty much, despite positive reviews from critics, the game was commercially unsuccessful. It was a failure. It had another competitor called Blur from Activision, from Bizarre Creations, the developers of the legendary Metropolis Street Racer series game. It's a single game on the Sega Dreamcast that then turned into the Project Gotham Racing series 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the original Xbox and the Xbox 360. Bizarre Creations. So basically, Blur was released at a pretty similar date as this game, and they kind of like canceled each other out. Um, Basically, the game, as you can see, cancelled. It ends in a cliffhanger. The game has no story. I'm not spoiling you anything at all. It ends in a cliffhanger. It has no story. It's just a reality TV show with some races, pretty much. And the game had a sequel. There was a prototype, and despite getting a lot of prizes and being positively received by critics, as you can read there, um, Disney simply was a terrible company, a terrible. They didn't understand gaming as a whole, the gaming industry. They pretty much, even if the game sold, it was commercially unsuccessful, but it was praised everywhere. Pretty much, they there was never a sequel. They didn't go for a sequel. They never authorized a sequel. They had the rights of the franchise. As you can see, it had eights all over the place. The PSP version a bit less, which I think is not fair. I think they are comparing it directly to the seventh generation version of the main home console releases. There was also an iOS version, pretty similar to the PSP version, and pretty much they were somehow different with downgraded graphics. Then we can see it on the PSP. But yes, basically that's pretty much a basic summary. Getting into the companies behind it, as I've said, Disney Interactive Studios. This it's pretty much it was founded by Disney. By now, they no longer exist. There you have all of them. Disney Electronic Content is the spiritual successor, but they pretty much went for a more freemium model with shitty games that have nothing to do with the quality that we would see when they outsourced game development like this. So this is the publisher. They published the game. Pretty much they have some games like Luminous, Meteos for the PS2, Meteos on the DS. Pretty much Disney. Then the craze of Disney Infinity as well. Pretty much Disney. We know them since ever. One of the biggest companies ever. This is the developer. This is the developer of this game, BlackRock Studios, which I presume it has nothing to do with the company BlackRock, the most valued over at the US. By the way, we would appreciate it if they would stop shoving down our throats DEI policies and attacking our cultures. We would appreciate it. These guys have nothing to do. They were probably physically close to them, or even nothing at all to do. See, nothing at all to do. It was a British game developer studio based on Brighton. They are not American. They were British. They are from England. It was a division of Disney Interactive Studios. So as you can see, there's outsourcing. I don't know why they use the same name as the cruel company that is now the richest one on the planet, corrupting everything over at the US. Oh well. It's based on Brighton, so it has nothing to do with them, clearly. Climax Studio. They were Climax Studios. Climax Racing Limited, blah 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 blah. Founder is Tony Beckwith. And they were, as you can see, dissolved because Disney wanted freemium games and low quality shit in their products, apparently. As you can see here, Disney turned down both sequels to focus on freemium content of both. Pure is it's an open world racing game with a pretty huge map. It doesn't have the explosions of a Split Second, but it's kind of like the brother of a Split Second, as you can see here, 2008, and then Split Second was a swan song. It's pretty much the end. But as you can see here, this studio, MotoGP 07, ATV Off-Road Fury 4, MotoGP 06, Hot Wheels Stunt Track Challenge, more MotoGP, Crash and Burn, which is it's Burnout clone for the original Xbox. It's still exclusive, as you can see. Well, it's also on the PS2. Sorry. The Italian Job. What's that? Another racing game. Yeah, it's another racing game. As you can see, they have only made racing games ever. That's the only thing that they've done in their lives over there at Brighton. So pretty much they should have been shut down, and several 300X employees have formed new studios, including Studio Gobo, West Pier Studio, Round Cube Entertainment, Short Round Games, and Bose Alien. Alright, so they dispersed to new studios in Brighton, probably, or throughout England. Well, pretty much, this is the story. So, then Buena Vista Games, the name. Okay. Pretty good. There you have the full story. So, essentially, the game, the developers behind this had a lot of experience, regardless of the 5-6 name changes that their company had to go through. Game development, as you can see, is always like this. It's always a convoluted. They're all convoluted stories. It's a difficult task to achieve. So it's a difficult industry in which you could potentially be successful to be successful in. So, but as you can see, they have a lot of experience. It doesn't matter if it is as Climax Brighton or Climax Racing or Blackrock Studio. Pretty much, there's a logical reason behind the perfect the talent in terms of the talent of the studio, because they had a lot of experience with racing games. Right, let's get to the current state of the game, as we always do. In the case of this game, you can get it on Steam for, as you can see, $10.49, and pretty much this version, or get the physical Xbox 360 and PS3 version and somehow add the content to it if you have your console modded, pretty much. In the case of this version that you'll see here won't have, it will run at 30 FPS. It will have, it'll be at version 1.0, I believe, because I think they never updated the PC version. It won't have all of the DLCs that we read some minutes ago. It will run at 30 FPS. And the worst part, the worst offender, is that the physics won't be perfectly synchronized with the power plays. You'll see, I know these are all abstract concepts if you don't see gameplay of it, which we'll do in a moment. But basically, once you activate the power play, there will be a huge delay if you don't install the Clover edition of it with all of the mods. If you don't do that, there will be a lack of synchronization with the game, so with the game's power plays. So the direct consequence of that is that the game won't be accurate. The hitboxes of the cars won't be accurate in terms of the activation of the power plays. That's why it is important that I would highly recommend that out of the 3 main home console versions, get the PSP version if you have a modded PS Vita, because it's well worth it. Hey, Ike, how have you been? Hello, what's up? How have you been, Ike? Glad to see you again. We finished the final analysis of Sacred 2, and I started a new case, the case of a Split Second. Crowbar guessed the game over at Discord. I don't know if you played it, if you played this one. Pretty amazing, and it's absolutely incredible. It's absolutely incredible how this one flew under the radar. It's absolutely incredible. I don't know if you played it, if you knew about it, but this version that I'm going to showcase, it's on a whole other level. It's on a whole other level because it will have all of the fixes that I was precisely mentioning. The 60 FPS mod, pretty much. The physics engine fixed and everything, and I have tested it, and it's absolutely glorious. One thing, you didn't play it. Well, but you like Mario Kart? If you like Mario Kart, if you ever played Mario Kart, if you ever played any other, then you are about to see something as unique as Sacred 2, because it has a mechanic that works differently when compared to other kart racers. Like you'll be surprised. It also has an amazing soundtrack, and pretty much the only downside of the PC version, as I've said, if you get this Steam version, people, it won't have all of these fixes. I recommend you get the Clover version if you ever find it. Over at Europe, it's called Split-Second Velocity. Get either the Xbox, if you get the Xbox 360 version or the PS3 version, they will run at 30 FPS. The game does a pretty amazing job at running at 30 FPS. I played this game originally on the PS3, and even like that, it has a perfect synchronization, pretty similar to Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed, which is 30 FPS on consoles, but it is pretty well synchronized with the game engine, so you will see that it's quite smooth for 30 FPS. It's among the most stable 30 FPS games ever. I like good racing games, for sure. You like them? Ah, good. Then we can have a long talk then today, Ike, because racing games are my favorite genre. I generally don't showcase them because they don't have pretty good audience on Twitch. But in the case of this game, it's a dramatic case that went completely unnoticed. So, and it has a singular mechanic that you won't find anywhere else. So I wanted to make an exception. But yeah. Pretty much. One of my favorite racing games is either Forza Motorsport 2 or Forza Horizon, the first one. If you want a challenge, Ike, if you like racing games and you want a challenge, finish Forza Horizon 1 on gold difficulty. I've been asked about it when I did the Scoot Race 80 laps endurance over at Twitch here. When I did the Scoot Race 80 laps endurance race, the arcade machine, which is like Daytona USA, sorry, made by Sega and Lockheed Martin, that made the arcade cabinet. The Scoot Race 80 laps endurance is my most. I played Forzas 1 to 4. Oh well, then you know the motorsport. You mean motorsport? Because Horizon, motorsport or Horizon. Because now Horizon also has 4. Maybe you mean a motorsport, because in that generation it was 1 to 4. The first Horizon, if you play it, it's motorsport. Play Forza Horizon, the first one. Play the first one on the Xbox 360 if you can. It will be the greatest challenge of your life. The greatest. It has a nasty rubber band artificial intelligence that even if I thought I played a lot of racing games. I thought I was ready for everything. Forza Horizon 1 it has a nasty rubber band artificial intelligence that you'll ask, how on earth do I beat this? I got all goals. It took me a whole year to just finish the campaign. Yeah, I somehow omitted Horizon 1. Well, if you also have the Xenia emulator on PC. It's well worth it if you want a challenge. Be ready for a challenge, for a real challenge. And well, but if you play the Forza, that rubber banding in Horizon 1, interesting. No, it's the worst rubber banding you'll probably ever see in your life. It's the worst. I loved it because I love racing games and I love a good challenge. It also has rally mode and everything. The first one, I don't know if they fixed it in the second one because I didn't play it. It's pretty much the next game that I wanted to play off stream. But yes, if you want a real challenge, Forza Horizon 1. nothing that you've played comes even close to it. I recommended it to some viewers over at YouTube when I did the 80 laps Scoot Race challenge, which was also pretty brutal. You have it here on Twitch, the VOD. I recommend it, and definitely quite brutal. So yes, coming back to a split second, people. With all of the fixes that I have been mentioning, pretty much you will get a much better experience. It's perfectly playable on the Xbox 360 and the PS3, as I've said. The 30 FPS lock is pretty well synchronized, like Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed, which I also highly recommend, and or Blur, for example. And in the case of this game, what I would personally recommend you is that you get the Clover edition, which is a modded edition that will add all of these amazing things to the or get the mods separately and add them to the Steam version of the game. Pretty much get those because it will make the experience perfect, because it will synchronize the power plays with the physics engine of the game and create a fluid 30 FPS 60 FPS gameplay instead of 30 FPS. So as you can see here, here you'll have the problem. The game, the PC version of this game, of course, since it, as we read some minutes ago, it was released a bit later after the console versions. We had the initial problem that it wouldn't work. It was only configured to work with the wired Xbox 360 joystick. It was a big problem. So modern joysticks like this one that you'll see that I'm going to use, and I'll prove to you that it works. But it has one caveat. As you can see here, the game doesn't work with an Xbox One joystick. This person is telling the truth. It happened to me, it happened to everyone who tried to get the PC version several years later. Neither with a wireless Xbox 360 joystick. So it's a matter, so this one also wouldn't work. It's a wireless Xbox 360 joystick. If you have a wired Xbox 360 joystick, and you connect it to your PC, no problem. I have one, but it's not original, so it's not the same feeling. So I always try to use my original joystick. And as you can see, the problem is that joysticks don't work wireless. They don't work wireless. They work with a cable connected to your PC. Pretty much. So the thing is that either you connect the cable to your PC or you get the modded version, which at least will allow you to play with a wireless joystick with one caveat that I'll mention in a moment. Barely playable with a keyboard? Well, no, don't play this game with a keyboard, don't play any racing game with a keyboard. It requires setting compatibility, blah, blah, blah. All of that is not needed if you mod the game, because it's all sorted out automatically with the updates and everything. Let's get into the gameplay, which is the second review. Hands down the best racing game I've ever played. The driving, the map, the interactive map, my favorite. The crashing and destroying over. The graphics are more than great. The graphics, you'll see that it's like a modern game. I think you won't notice a difference between this game released back in 2010 and modern games. I think you won't notice a difference. Maybe if you focus a lot on the background, because it was a very typical technique, a pretty usual technique to use a lot of 2D backgrounds, like when for the sky and distant artifacts, in a pretty similar fashion as what we saw when we analyzed the Lord of the Rings War in the North, which I highly recommend you also play. The 30 FPS ended up not bothering me at all. This is pretty much the idea. Even if you play the console version, it'll be amazing. Movement is super fluid, blah blah blah. I ended up playing the whole game with a keyboard. This is absolutely crazy. I will highly recommend that you mod the game and ensure that that you get the best experience that I'm going to showcase right now. Janky hitbox. This will be interesting because this game has the main point of this game is the indirect use of weaponry. It's not like in Mario Kart. It's indirect. By indirect, I mean that you won't get the typical weapons that you'll see in Mario Kart and all Mario Kart clones ever. That's the main thing. This game broke through a very difficult barrier, which was the physical representation of weapons in a track, on a track in a racing game, which is quite amazing. The power play mechanic that is mentioned over here. Pretty much, if you're looking for a PC racing game, it's similar to Ridge Racer in terms of controls, and blah 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 blah. As you can see, everyone is asking for here. This guy and many more are asking for a sequel. Legend masterpiece. There's a great dissociation in this game between the quality and the PC port. Basically, it's a shitty PC port. But with the mods, you'll see that I have, well, not me, the modders, fortunately that you all exist, always, you are a blessing. You'll see that finally, after a lot of years, this version of the game has been fixed, and it's the best one that you could possibly find. As you can see that Metacritic score, pretty much when this game was released, it had amazing reviews in terms of the critics. Let's get to the the professional gaming press reviews. As you will see, they are all pretty high. As you can see, they are all pretty high. From back in the day, see that they all say Xbox 360, and they don't have the date, but they all say Xbox 360. So you can see pretty high scores. And in terms of user reviews, the problem will be what I've been mentioning, that since the game ran at 30 FPS, since the joysticks wouldn't work correctly, as you can see, modern reviews pretty much will say that the handling is sluggish, that the hitbox it's not good, blah 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 blah. Pretty much modern reviews of the game. As you can see, 2021, it was released back in 2010. But even at this point, you can see that some people still value this game a lot. But for example, here there's a 4 that is in French, so I can't read it. But pretty much, as you can see, this person mentions Burnout, and it's a pretty good example. So as you can see, we have several opinions. An underrated case, just like the ones that we love to analyze here on the channel. But this time we will get into a much better version of the game after a lot of years. So people, without further ado, let's get into it. For those of you who are watching this as a YouTube VOD, I will include a definition of the analysis methodology from this point onwards, that will tell you how we are going to analyze the game, just like we did in our final analysis of Sacred 2 at the beginning, just so you have a reference when you find this series of VODs. You'll have a definition of my analysis methodology with all of the metaphysical concepts and everything that we always use to analyze games. I'll include it for the YouTube VOD once this is released. It'll probably be released in at the end of December of 2024, so or the beginning of January of 2025 after Sacred 2. So pretty much for YouTube viewers, hope you enjoy the rest of the series. And here first I want to define the analysis methodology that I'll include for all of you. After defining the analysis methodology that I mentioned at the beginning, we will continue. You'll be able to continue with the stream just as I recorded it originally. For those of you who might be discovering my channel right now, or as a Twitch bot or as a YouTube bot in the future, regardless of the method, for those of you, some references before we begin. My analyses are unscripted. That's why you will see that I won't be kind of like one of those stupid robots, like those stupid robotic analysis that you see a lot nowadays. My analyses are unscripted. I just use my memory. That's why it's natural that perhaps we have to cover a lot of things. It's a massive game, and perhaps you'll see that I have to think at some moments, and that's perfectly fine because I hate robotic analysis that are like I'm here reading a fucking spreadsheet with everything to tell you in a robotic way. It doesn't work like that. This will be a natural analysis. I hate when they're not natural over at YouTube, so keep that in mind. This is not scripted. This is just using my memory for 2 to 4 hours until we have covered all of the aspects and everything that Sacred 2 has to offer. As I've said, long-standing followers of the channel, besides, as always, of the Twitch channel, as always, thank you from the bottom of my heart for having discovered the channel through Sacred 2 or other games. Deep thanks, and for appreciating my analysis. Second thing, people, for those of you watching this in the future as a YouTube bot, remember that you don't have the panels that we have over here at Twitch. So my analysis involved the use of metaphysics and philosophically realist approach to game analysis, which I am going to once again summarize for you briefly in detail, so you know why I will analyze the game the way I'm going to analyze it in a matter of half an hour or 20 minutes after I have defined the method of analysis. I've decided to include this specifically for YouTube viewers, because otherwise you guys don't have a reference of how I constantly analyze games here on Twitch. So you'll have first the definition of the methodology, and then we'll go over the categories as we usually do, just so you have a recording of why I'm going to analyze the game the way I'm going to analyze it. So let's begin with the definition of our method of analysis, because we have a long analysis ahead of us. Let us begin. As you know, people, if you come over here over at Twitch, if you drop by the Twitch stream, you will realize in my panels I have a lot of explanations about how my analyses are metaphysically realist analysis, basically involving philosophical realism, which is the opposite of relativism, and basically the main premise of a philosophically realist analysis is that when we define metaphysical reality, when we define existence, we don't define it as it is usually unconsciously defined by relativist game reviewers. Generally people, I'll try to do this as brief as possible, when you define reality as the sum of our mental perceptions, opinions, or doxas, as we used to call them in ancient Greece, when you unconsciously define metaphysical reality and metaphysical entities in it as the sum of our mental perceptions, of our opinions, simply the sum of those opinions define reality. That's usually how relativism works. It's a matter of mental perception. It's a matter of opinion. It's something that must have happened to you. It's to you all watching this as a YouTube pod. Pretty much when you have a discussion with someone, it doesn't need to be a violent discussion or anything like that. An intellectual debate, any intellectual debate you could possibly think of, and the person is cornered, the person doesn't have any more logical arguments, generally the person will say, alright, but that's your opinion and this is mine and that's it. That is exactly what we are not going to do here, because that's relativism, and because that makes it impossible to transcend our mental perception and define metaphysical reality. Right? It's a matter of two mental perceptions. Relativism generally works like this. Two mental perceptions. You have your opinion, I have mine, but objective conclusions are never reached as a direct consequence of that mindset. That's precisely what we are not going to do. What we are going to do is to use philosophical realism. Why? Because, as I always mention in my analysis, while relativism works at ruling a country, at for example, creating laws or organizing a society in general. We all vote. Think about your own Congress or Parliament. In the case it's a European country, Congress in the case of us, North American and South American countries. And as I always mention, think about those. Think about your own Congress or Parliament. The congressmen basically raise their hands and they vote, and the majority of mental perceptions, of opinions, of doxas, as we used to call them in ancient Greece, rules. We vote, and majority rules. That is completely untenable and inefficient, absolutely useless at analyzing isolated objects, because it is impossible to reach metaphysical reality through the simple sum of opinions as your definition of reality. Because a person will have a mental perception, I will have another mental perception, and that's it. We never reach an objective conclusion. This is precisely what we are going to do here on the channel. As I've said, discarding relativism, we'll use philosophical realism. What's the point then? What's the point? Precisely. Since metaphysical reality isn't the sum of our mental perceptions, but an external entity, an external metaphysical entity, when compared to our opinions, to our mental perception, we will use it because it's more effective at analyzing isolated objects. The example that I always use, and please, I gave you a disclaimer for followers of the Twitch channel, and over at Discord they must be fed up of listening to me comment this constantly, pretty much. As I always mention, people, when we do this comparison between two mental perceptions, there will always be one out of two opinions. There will always be one that is closer in its description, in its accuracy of its description of metaphysical reality. The description of metaphysical reality will be more accurate out of two mental perceptions, out of two opinions. Of course, we cannot rule a society or organize it with that, but when it comes to analyzing isolated objects, it's more effective, as I constantly say on stream. Right, people. So I have already given you the theory, the methodology of the theory, the theory of the methodology, sorry, that we are going to employ when analyzing games. But I'll give you also a down-to-earth example that I always do on stream. That's why I say Discord members and followers of the channel, old followers of the channel, they already know about this. But for those of you watching this as a YouTube VOD, pretty much, so I leave it attached to the analysis. Let's get to a down-to-earth example. People, this is a gaming mouse, right? It's a gaming mouse. But what if I posed the question, why is it a gaming mouse? Is it a gaming mouse? Why is it that your mind defines it as a gaming mouse? Why? Why is it a gaming mouse? The logical answer that most of you would logically tell me, it's absolutely natural, it would be to tell me that this is a gaming mouse, that we refer to it as a gaming mouse, that we call this a gaming mouse, because we have all agreed to call it like that. There you can see the perfect fallacy and inefficiency of relativism at analyzing isolated objects, right? Because if I say that it is correct to call it a gaming mouse, because we have all agreed collectively, the sum of our mental perceptions have agreed to call it like that, and its metaphysical entity has to be referred to as a gaming mouse because we decided collectively to call it like that, there isn't any logical background behind it. It's just the sum of our mental perceptions. Let's get to the realist analysis. This, and you will see the perfect difference if you're watching this as a YouTuber, but you'll appreciate it. This is a gaming mouse, because it's the methodology of our analysis. This is a gaming mouse, not because of our sum of mental perceptions. It is a gaming mouse because it's a specific combination of molecules and particles that is so specific, so precisely specific, that could never be, for example, a chair. So, out of two mental perceptions, calling this a chair or calling this a gaming mouse, out of two mental perceptions, there will always be one that is closer in its description to metaphysical reality. Even by 0.0000001%, even by 1%, even by a slight detail, it is objectively more accurate to call this a gaming mouse and not a chair. Why? Because it's a specific combination of molecules and particles that simply is completely different when compared to a chair. The description of calling this a gaming mouse is objective. The existence of this metaphysical entity, it's external when compared to my mental perception. It doesn't matter if my mind decides to call this a chair. It is still a gaming mouse. Even if we all agree to call it a chair, and humanity has been brainwashed to call this a chair for whatever reason, it will still be metaphysically a gaming mouse. Because its metaphysical entity and essence, they are both external when compared to my mind. We can use even a closer example, and I'll prove it to you. Between calling this, we'll use an even more subtle example that I always use. Between calling this a gaming mouse and calling this an electronic device, they are pretty close. It is still more objectively accurate. My mental perception is closer in its description to metaphysical reality, to describing metaphysical reality, if I call this a gaming mouse instead of an electronic device. Why? Even by 1%, even if it is also an electronic device, calling this a gaming mouse also incorporates the idea of shape. This object, this metaphysical entity, it's a specific combination of molecules and particles which has the shape of an animal with which the human race has been in contact with for millions and millions of years, and subconsciously our brain associates the abstract concept of gaming mouse with the shape of an animal that we have been in contact with for millions of years. It has the very same shape, this metaphysical entity. So it is more objectively accurate to describe this as a gaming mouse when compared to describing this as an electronic device. See, even by 1%, even by 0.001%, out of two mental perceptions, calling this an electronic device or calling this a gaming mouse, out of those two mental perceptions, it is much more accurate to describe this as a gaming mouse. So it is objectively, it's not a matter of my mental perception, it is more objectively accurate to describe it like that. There's a more objective mental perception out of the two of them, out of three, out of four, out of all of the mental perceptions that humanity is constantly having for every millisecond, constantly, even right now, all human beings. That is the methodology that we are going to apply to our game, that we apply to our game reviews here on the channel and for the final analysis of Sacred 2. We will try, through our mental perception, through our reverse engineering of my mental perception in this case, to try to reach metaphysical reality in our description of the game. Direct consequence that philosophical realism has in games is that and it must have happened to you people, is that most game reviewers, most professional gaming press will tell you that the fact that you like or dislike a game, it's a matter of mere subjective mental perception. The second you do that, the second I tell you that a game is good or bad according to your own opinion, according to your own mental perception, and this is the very reason why relativism is ineffective at analyzing isolated objects like movies, books, video games, or a very gaming mouse, or a simple gaming mouse, it's because relativism changes the focus of the analysis from the object, in this case the video game, to the subject. It changes the focus of the analysis from the object to the subject. In the case of the chair and the gaming mouse, you can call this a chair or a gaming mouse according to your mental perception, without any logical reasons. So, pretty much, in the case of video games, the game will be good or bad depending on my own opinion, on my own mental perception of metaphysical reality. There's no dissociation between metaphysical reality and my mental perception, and the sum of our opinions defines metaphysical reality. And as I've said, that's completely untenable and useless at analyzing isolated objects. It works for organizing a society, it doesn't work for analyzing isolated objects. Or, in this case, it doesn't matter if the object it's material, it's composed of matter, or if it's composed of bits in a screen and it's more abstract. Doesn't matter. It's the same concept. So the direct consequence of doing a relativist gaming review is that the quality of a game will be completely subjective according to personal taste. That is precisely what we are going to completely discard and eliminate out of our analysis that we are going to do today. But just so you know the methodology, we will base our analysis on I base all of my analysis on a 5-pronged system that you'll see for the duration of this long review that we are going to do, that will try to reverse engineer my mental perception of the game to reach metaphysical reality, a common ground between all of your mental perceptions of the game and my mental perception of the game, so we can all together reach metaphysical, objective metaphysical reality. Perfect. So, the quality of a game, as a conclusion, isn't a matter of personal taste. For example, it's a matter of how do you describe metaphysical reality. It's an objective matter. It is true that one can have preferences, that one can like one genre more than the other one, but for example, I would never say that, I don't know, a game that I liked a lot, subjectively, my mental perception, is the best game of all time. For example, imagine if someone only played Fortnite for 15 or 20 years, which is the case for a lot of people, and they say it's the best game of all time. And most people will have their reaction when confronted with that claim that it is wrong, but most people won't be able to tell that person why it is objectively wrong. It's not a matter of our mental perception of it, because we know that the level design complexity, the gameplay mechanic, the abstract model of the gameplay mechanics and their complexity, a lot of things that you'll see once we get to the analysis of Sacred 2, the graphics quality, everything, objectively in a comparison with other games, Fortnite is simply not the best game of all time. It is objectively wrong to say that, for example. Even if it's your favorite game, that's perfectly acceptable, it's your mental perception, but when trying to reach the common ground of metaphysical reality and describing the metaphysical entity of Fortnite as the best game of all time, it is objectively wrong. See that I can do a dissociation between my mental perception, or in this case the mental perception of that individual. My favorite game of all time is Star Wars: The Republic, and I know that there are cases that, for example, Baldur's Gate influenced much more the classic RPG genre, just as a random example. And like that is the same. In the mind of this person who thinks that Fortnite is the best game of all time, subjectively, it doesn't change the fact that objectively, that it is metaphysically objective to consider other games as the best games of all time. Pretty much. So, the direct consequence, we're not going to do a subjective analysis. I won't tell you that For example, you will like Sacred 2 as a direct consequence. If you like Diablo 2, you will like Sacred 2 because I'm not giving you a logical reason behind it, which is what most reviewers usually say. Most reviewers usually say if a game is addictive, it's good. If it's not addictive, it's not good. And that's because they are unable to reverse engineer the logical process behind reaching metaphysical reality. They are stuck in their own mental perception. So it is actually addictive. Then the immediate question we should pose is, why is it addictive? Generally because there's a psychological sense of progression which creates that feeling of addictiveness in the brain, in the brain of a player, due to a psychological sense of progression that the game is able to create on the player. Good people, I think that's enough. We have a long analysis ahead of us, so without further ado, you already have the methodology that we are going to use. Everything perfectly explained in a very brief way in 20 minutes. It's a very complex topic to talk about in 20 minutes. If you like the topic, I highly recommend you drop by the stream and we talk about it as we usually do if you are watching this as a YouTube VOD in the future. Let's get to it, people. As you know, the first time I play a game, I want to do a cold boot so you can see without any kind of cut or intermission what is going on, pretty much, so you have a natural experience. There's one thing I should mention before getting into it. Precisely the other game that Crowbar mentioned over at Discord. This is a split second, the modded version. As you'll see, I'll be able to play with a wireless. You can see it's wireless, a wireless joystick, just like we did with Scoot Race on the hardest difficulty. There's one more game that you'll see that I'll bring up a lot, besides Mario Kart, as I mentioned at the beginning, which is this one. It's called Blur. As I mentioned, these two games had the terrible record of being released pretty close to each other, being pretty similar in terms of mechanics, and being the only examples of modern Mario Kart clones with realistic graphics and physics, and they're pretty much the only ones still. So it's a pretty bizarre situation, just like the name of the studio behind Blur, which is bizarre. Games, bizarre games, which was pretty much, as I said, the developer of the Metropolis Street Racer series, the only one game on the Sega Dreamcast, and then the Project Gotham Racing series on the original Xbox and the Xbox 360. All of them highly recommended by Bizarre Creations. Bizarre Creations. Now my memory clicked. And yes, you'll see that I'll bring up Blur a lot because I played both games. I also played Blur. I finished it. It's also quite challenging, but it follows a much more traditional Mario Kart gameplay system, right? So pretty much you'll see that I'll bring up this comparison from time to time, fairly usually. So Blur and Mario Kart, pretty much. Let's get to it, people. As you can see, wireless joystick, and I'll tell you the caveat in a moment. So let's enjoy split second. At least this game won't crash like Sacred 2. That'll be the advantage. That'll be the huge advantage. This one won't crash. At least it has a lot of technical problems in terms of the joystick, in terms of the controls, but it doesn't crash. It's stable in that sense. So well, now that we have the story of the development studio, BlackRock Studios, and well, Disney Interactive published the game, but pretty much BlackRock Studios developed it from back in they developed it in over at Brighton that we just read. Okay. Well, quite interesting for a racing game, huh? I bet, Ike, that you'll be surprised by by the mechanic that it has. I'll bet you'll be surprised. If it's the first time you see it in action. Well, as you can see, it's a reality TV show, as you'll see in a moment. There you can see, I don't know if I have, no, I don't have a mouse. This is the caveat, people, this is the caveat. I cannot control the menu, even with this modded version, with my joystick. Even if I press here, as you can see, nothing happens, the menu doesn't work. This is kind of like a residual issue that the modders couldn't address, but I can use my keyboard. As you can see, I'll use my keyboard for the menu. That's the caveat. The joystick works once we get into gameplay, but it doesn't work in the menus. It doesn't work, or on the menus. It doesn't work in the menus, pretty much. So that is the problem. I'll have to use my keyboard to just go from one race to another one. But besides that, the game will run perfectly. It's the trade-off that you get for 60 FPS. You'll see that this recording of the game from now on, it's much more smooth than the rest that you'll find unmodded on the internet, because it's pretty much modded, has been recently modded. So let's begin with the tutorial, shall we? Let's begin with the tutorial. That'll give you a general idea of how the game will work, and you'll see that the joystick will work in game once we get there.
Welcome to the show. You've done well on the written tests, but now it's time to prove your skill on the track. Do enough out there to impress me, and you'll secure your spot in the premiere episode of the new season of Split Second. There's going to be billions watching the show around the world, so we need to make sure you can handle yourself behind the wheel. This ain't like any kind of race you've been in before. I know you can't wait to go out and start blowing stuff up, but we better go through the basics first. Let's put the test car through its paces. Drive me a lap around this course as quick as you can. Meet me back here at the start line. Okay, let's move it.
Okay. And here you'll see wireless joystick working perfectly. Let's try this. And as you can see, the mod is working. And pretty much, as you will see, the game looks absolutely gorgeous. You have different cameras that pretty much it's a bit limited in terms of cameras. It has drifting as well, and you'll see that there are some elements throughout the game, like that helicopter, that will do a lot of interesting stuff. They'll do a lot of interesting stuff. This one doesn't drift a lot. Yeah, there we go. There you can see that there are jumps, blah 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 blah. Pretty easy. By the way, I took off my sweater because we're in the middle of the winter here in South America. It's kind of like the opposite. We're right now in August, and we're in the middle of the winter. So yeah, it's about to end. September 21, the spring begins. It's exactly the opposite as the northern hemisphere, so that's why you'll see that I was using that, because it's a pretty cold day. Oh well, not that much. Well, there you can see the huge innovation element that this game brings to the table, that is unique to this game, just like all of the elements that I mentioned when I analyzed Sacred 2. The meter, in this case, will fill it by drifting, and as you can see, there are some bars there.
Great! You have enough power to trigger a power play. Drive after the other test drivers, and when you see a target over them, hit the power button to set off the blast.
You can see that the PC port is terrible when the dialogue says press button 1. What the fuck would ever be button 1 instead of A? It's A. But see how poor the PC port was originally. But well, we have fixed that, and you'll see it in action. Power play, I press A, and bet you didn't see that one a lot because of the particles, but the helicopter dropped a bomb on the car, and the car crashed. There you can see the influence of the Burnout series in this game. the concept of being wrecked or through crashing is much more similar to Burnout instead of Mario Kart. There we can see how the genre influences begin to mix with each other. We can see that it has a concept of crashing instead of in Mario Kart you cannot crash. You might drift out of you might fall off a mountainside or something like that, but you cannot crash. You cannot be wrecked in Mario Kart. That's a huge difference. In Burnout, you get wrecked. As you can see, it even uses the same terminology, the same language with wreck. This is a level 2 power play. You'll see probably a lot of explosions. I trigger it with B instead of A. And basically, as you can see, there's a reason behind the third bar being red instead of teal or blue. You'll see. Let's see when... Those are specific to a specific section of the course, as you can see, because they will change. Not this one, but generally, power plays level 2 of level 2 will change the whole track. Right? So, the track will mutate. It's difficult to explain, but you'll see. And now we get to practice a bit. Wreck multiple rivals using power plays. By the way, this is one of the first games to introduce what you see at the edges of the screen, which is the simulation of vignetting. A pretty modern graphical effect that you'll see in a lot of modern games. For example, the Total War series introduced this, I believe, in Rome 2 or Napoleon, which is darkening the edges of the screen to simulate a camera, a real TV camera in this case. So, as you can see, there's the bomb, and you'll see that it also affects me. There you can see that I'm drifting. When the camera goes all dark with a lot of particles attached to the screen, as if they were in our faces, that means that the physics of the car, the handling of the car, is being affected by the power plays physics. See how advanced the physics engine of the game is. That's why you need to calculate power plays to hit your rivals instead of yourself.
You did great. Good news.
But when you see those effects, those particle effects, I'll partially lose control of the car. Right? It will drift, and in that drifting there's a risk of crashing. There are other ways of crashing your car, like changing shortcut routes and forcing you to crash. But basically, it's incredible how this game incorporates the concept of crashing from Burnout, and it combines it with the dynamism of Mario Kart without using physical weapons on the track, but instead of using the power play mechanic system. It's it'll be a relatively short campaign. I don't think it will take me a lot of weeks to finish it. Just so you have a reference, the game does feature quick play, and in the modded version you'll have extra tracks. I think these 4 extra tracks down here, or at least these final 2, you need to have the game modded. As you can see down there, the difficulty will be hard for both the campaign and any quick race that we might do. I don't think we'll do it. You can play in split screen. It has local split screen, and as you can see, I forgot to show you that it has a lot of modes that we will discover as we play through the game. It's not just racing. It has a lot of modes. I don't see onslaught mode. I believe that's the only thing that the modded PC version doesn't have, which was released for the console version. But we'll see, because at the beginning I read that at the beginning of this stream I read that you unlock more content once you finish the season. So I also want to verify that. So let's get to it, people. It's a reality TV show. It simulates a reality TV show. So pretty much, as you can see, it's pretty much, I don't know if you've seen the cartoon Total Drama Island. I bet it's like that one, or any reality TV show that you might have seen. And as you can see here, pretty much new, and we have all of these seasons. 12 seasons, as you can see, just 6 races, roughly. Different modes will progressively unlock as we play them. You don't need to have a perfect score in all of them. We'll try to do so, of course. But as you can see, 6 pretty much for each chapter, and we have 12 episodes. I know if there are more episodes than the non-modded version, but well, pretty much this is the package that you get, and let's begin.
This is Split Second. If you like insanely fast cars and explosive action, you've come to the right place. Over the next 12 exciting episodes, contestants from around the world will battle it out on the track with the aim of qualifying for the chance to race the Split Second Elite. This band of highly trained drivers are all that stand between the contestants going home and progression to the next round. As the contestants choose which events they want to enter, aiming to earn enough credits to qualify to the Elite Championship race, bridges will fall. Buildings reduced to clouds of dust, and no corner can be considered safe. Drivers, choose your events carefully, and remember to buckle up. It's about to get explosive out there.
We don't get this quality nowadays. Won't you agree, people? We don't get this quality nowadays. Alright, so that's pretty much the idea. I have to beat the races and get to the elite race once I unlock enough credits. Pretty much. Let's begin. Wreck 10 rivals in this episode to unlock the bonus event. I didn't remember this. We have bonus events. As you can see, thanks to this version being modded, I have access to all of the... There you can see that golden symbol behind the name of the car up there. There you'll see that means that all of those cars were cut by an order from Disney to not include them in the base version of the game, and they were all DLC. That was console exclusive DLC. You couldn't get it on PC. So pretty much the roster you'll stumble upon if you play an unmodded version will be quite terrible. But as you can see, no car is perfect, so it doesn't matter if you get elite cars or DLC cards that were exclusive to the console version. It doesn't matter because, as you can see, there's not a car that is not a single car is perfect. So as you can see, I highly recommend you get it because you mod this version of the game, because otherwise you will miss a lot of content. Pretty much, I've been testing, and this one it's pretty good. Corvetti Severus. Pretty much, they don't use original brands. Fortunately, they don't use original licenses, because we can see what happens to Microsoft every 2 or 3 years to the Forza Horizon series and the Forza Motorsport series. They have a problem with the licenses. The same happened to Outrun too. With the Ferrari license, there are some versions of Outrun, of the original Outrun, that don't have the Ferrari logo in the back. Because of that. So we begin then, first chapter, Rigged to Blow, and as you can see, there it says enter. As you can see, I cannot start the race with my joystick. This is the problem. I have to hit enter precisely. But well, as you will see, we'll see a lot of mechanics that haven't been covered in the tutorial that I will go over in a minute. So let's get to it, people. Episode 1, Rigged to Blow, and the track, it's 3 laps, airport terminal. Alright, let's see this baby run at 60 FPS. Alright, we begin. As you can see, it has drifting, jumps, close escapes will all contribute to the power play meter. Power play 1, here we go. Highly recommend you play on hard difficulty, because otherwise it might be a bit easy, except for the elite races. And as you can see, here for example we have a shortcut, but we risk explosion, because that gas station, like this, explodes, this also explodes, everything explodes. It's just that you don't see it at the beginning, you'll see. For example, here you can change routes, I believe, if I remember correctly. And pretty much, well, there you have an example. Close call. There you can see that it also contributes to the meter. And as for the rest, there's a watermark at the top right corner. I remember that watermark. That simulates a TV show. No, it probably is on hard difficulty. Then I'll check. There we go. We change routes, and as you can see there, I didn't time my explosion correctly because this guy was way too close to me. And the direct consequence of that is that I couldn't wreck it. Or I couldn't wreck him. I was thinking about the car. There you have a perfect example of what's going to happen constantly. I was mid-air, it exploded, I couldn't control the car, and it exploded like this. The strength of your car plays a role in terms of not being affected so much by the physics of the explosions, but in general terms, there's pretty much not a lot you can do. There we go, that was perfectly timed, because the bomb fell right on top of that car, so there was no probability of escaping. And the idea is that you memorize the explosion, power play locations. Pretty much when one of those trucks is going to come out rolling. Here you can see it, since we changed the routes. It's different than the beginning of the race, so it has map terraforming, let's say. And damn it, this game is gorgeous at 60 FPS. You can see that the graphics looks like a fucking modern game. Here we can change the route again. There's no point because I'm first, but just so you see. And as you can see now, the route is completely different. I think I showcased it perfectly there. You'll see that right now it's not a big deal. For example, there's a shortcut there. Right now it's not a big deal. But you'll see, once the difficulty ramps up, how brutal it can get. So it's amazing how the physics engine of the game was designed so it can affect the handling of the car, but it's not like the blue shell in Mario Kart. Like, there's zero chance of escaping that. So that completely changes the psychological impact on the player in the case of this game, because get 50 more credits to win the Corvette Iridium. Well, pretty much you unlock more cars, you unlock more events. As you can see, this will all get progressively unlocked. It's incredible how the psychological impact changes completely, because in Mario Kart, when you pretty much use the blue shell, there's zero chance of escaping. And in this game, there is a chance of escaping, which means that it allows, how do I put it? It rewards, the reward punishment system of the game is completely different, because it rewards pure racing and not only the use of weaponry. The balance between the influence of the reward system on the mastery of the weapon system and the pure racing expertise, the pure racing mastery, in the case of Mario Kart, even if it's hybrid, because you have to dominate drifts in Mario Kart, the proportion of the reward punishment system is completely different when compared to Split Second. That's the beauty of this game, because as you can see, you can get the advantage and get away from the pack, through pure racing, so the proportion is different. Pure racing skill is much more prominent in Split Second than in Mario Kart or Blur. Even if the power plays, as you can see, they do play a role, without a doubt, because otherwise it wouldn't, there wouldn't be a point of creating a racing game with explosions and a weaponry system like this one or Mario Kart. Well, I almost wrecked myself there. Risky power play. Hey, they're pretty good. You'll see that the rubber banding of the artificial intelligence is quite good in later levels. Right now it's a bit, I realize it's a bit handicapped, but you'll see how it changes pretty dramatically. Especially when we do the first elite race. In that sense, the difficulty is pretty well balanced. Not like in Forza Horizon 1, that is absolutely brutal. Also, Forza Motorsport had that issue, I remember. In Forza Motorsport 2, which I think it's if it's not the best racing game of all time, it's quite close. It does have an issue, which is that it doesn't have soundtrack. That could be the reason not to say. But pretty much, Forza Motorsport 2 is difficult right from the beginning. Absolutely brutal. So the learning process is extremely slow, in general terms. I remember the last race, the Sebring, I think it was with a prototype car, which is like an F1 car that would spin out quite easily. It took me like 3 months to finish it on gold on the Xbox 360. So yeah, that's why I previously recommended Forza Horizon 1 and also Motorsport 2. I played the third one. I didn't do all of the seasons. I got to my 5th year, and I have to finish it. I have to finish the 5th year of Forza Motorsport 3, and then the 4th one. Hey, that one got ahead of. That's a pretty good rubber band AI. There you can see the bridge exploded, and you can see how the game is respectful in terms of the power plays. That it's not a hit and miss. When you activate a power play, it's configured so the player will at least have a chance. However, that will compensate with the rubber band artificial intelligence in a matter of minutes once we get to other races, and you'll see how interesting it is. As for the balance that I was mentioning, precisely in Mario Kart, if you think about it, what's the psychological effect? When you activate the blue shell, the psychological effect is that it tends to find balance, regardless of what the players do. It tends to reward balance in terms of the race. It always tries to ensure that those that are last get to the center, and those that are first get the worst weapons. We only get the bananas and pretty much I don't know, a mushroom while you're at first place. In Forza, in Mario Kart. And you can see in this game, you could easily get ahead of the pack and create a 7-second difference, which is a lot. In Mario Kart, to get a 7-second difference, it's basically impossible. The second one out of the 8 or 12 racers gets a blue shell, so it's a different economy. Hey, this one is different. It's an elimination race. All right, it's like in Need for Speed, like in the, what was it? What were they called? The knockout races instead of elimination. And we get a different track as well. Damn it, I almost wrecked myself. You'll see that there are some events in which we just have to avoid explosions without other cars. So you'll see. It has a lot of gameplay variety in that sense. But well, the first thing that I wanted to cover in terms of the analysis and pretty much the first impressions as we get through this first gameplay, people, is that psychological effect. Is that the influence of the weaponry system and the balance that it might achieve. See, that one is beautiful. Almost there. The idea is that it forces you to hit the brakes when there's an explosion. Oh, this one's pretty close. There you could see that one didn't affect me because the artificial intelligence didn't time the explosion correctly. That's the importance of. There's a concept of timing in the game that you won't find in most kart racers. Well, that's part of the tutorial. Normally that's not gonna happen. Normally time won't be stopped for a level 2 power play. Fuck. Well, that was close. Oh, another one. See how well designed the artificial intelligence is. Since this is the first elimination race, it immediately makes the rubber band AI of the racer in second place, so it always gets to you. See how well designed it is. Something that I at least didn't see in the first two races. There we have the first variation of the artificial intelligence. But yes, for the first, for these first impressions of the first stream of the analysis, I wanted to highlight precisely the most important aspect: the balance between the use of weaponry and mastery of pure racing mechanics in kart racers in general. In the case of Mario Kart, pretty much the epitome of the genre, the main. There we go. The main. Damn it! Damn it! That's a nasty play. See? I told you it was going to get interesting pretty soon. There you have it. 1 second, the rubber band came into effect, and the counter went down from 40 seconds to 20. And see how nasty this game is. See how nasty, even at the beginning, it is. Like there were no more explosions for me to trigger. It was impossible. Let's get to the next one, then we can retry this one, don't worry. Alright, there you could see. There you had a perfect example of what might happen. A second, the rubber band gets ahead of you, and I pretty much had no time to react. I bet you all appreciate it, people. We don't like, as I always say, easy games degrade replayability. And the second you degrade replayability, it's another elimination race on a different track. Interesting. The second you degrade the replayability and those small tricks, those small cheap tricks, you are degrading the experience as a game developer. So please, harder games always. The second you enhance replayability, and as I always say, you enhance the psychological sense of progression on the player. So it's always better. The games that we remember the most, those in which those things happen to us. Once we get to an elite race, it'll get much worse, trust me. So yeah. One thing, sorry, I'll be leaving in for a few minutes. I'm getting sleepy. No worries, Ike. No worries, Ike. No worries, Ike. Thanks for dropping by the stream, and thanks for watching it as a VOD in the future or anything. Even for a second, I deeply appreciate all of your company, both here and over at Discord and everything. Have a great nap and see you around, man. Alright, people. Alright. So, as I was mentioning, the balance between the usage of weaponry and the pure racing mechanics, it's always amazing. It's always amazing. By the way, I know people, for anyone watching this as a YouTuber or anything, always sorry to precisely. Ike is from Poland. Sorry to European viewers that I know that my time zone is always uncomfortable. Sorry that my time zone is always uncomfortable for European viewers. I know it's absolutely unavoidable that precisely. I have the time zone of the similar to the US East Coast. There's only a 1 hour difference, so pretty much it's absolutely hey, no problem, no, no worries. It's just that precisely I know that it's uncomfortable for all of you who watch me from the from Europe, because there's a 5-6 hour difference, and mine precisely it's close to the US East Coast. I only have 1 hour difference. And no worries. I deeply appreciate, as I said, every second that you guys spend watching even a second of my analysis, of my crazy analysis, even as a bot or anything. And I deeply appreciate when any of you drop by like you to chat with me even for a second. So perfect, man, perfect. And always thank you. Well, we cannot end in 4th place, people. We cannot end in 4th place. Let's do this one again. Okay, 4th place is way too bad. 2nd place, because of that cheap trick, it's a different story. So yeah, I want to highlight that because I always mention it. It's quite uncomfortable for European viewers, precisely. But no worries. You all have the bot up and running once I finish, and you have the full analysis. The problem is that since we haven't hit affiliate yet, I can only keep bots over at Twitch for 7 days. If we ever get to 50 followers, I'll be able to keep them up for 15 days instead of 7. So that'll be a better margin, for example. That's the main thing. And also, I would be able to stream at a higher bitrate, and pixelation won't be a thing, because for fast-paced racing games like this one, for example, pixelation can potentially be a problem. Like when you are not affiliate, because the bitrate, there's a limit to the bitrate, and sometimes, if it's way too fast, it can get pixelated. For example, when I streamed Outrun 2, I noticed that it can get a bit pixelated, and that prevents us from appreciating this game in all of its glory, or Outrun 2 or any other racing game, or fast-paced games in general, because pretty much there's a cap to the bit rate, and that's the main thing that I would like to eliminate, and the 15-day storage. What the? That one was close. As you can see, the close call also contributes to the. It also contributes to the power meter. Going back to precisely to the first element that I wanted to highlight as the first impressions, the balance between the use of weaponry and the racing and the pure racing mastery. It's absolutely incredible. It's absolutely incredible and fascinating, people, because it's something that reviewers usually don't pay attention to, just like a lot of things that I always mention, precisely, which is that in this case, when reviewers analyze Mario Kart clones, they don't focus on how the weaponry has a psychological effect on the player, as I was mentioning precisely, people. Think about Mario Kart, a game that you'll see that I'll cite a lot when comparing to this game. In Mario Kart, how do I put it? The emphasis on the use of weaponry has a much higher proportion and integration within the gameplay mechanics. The second you activate a blue shell, or you activate... Damn it. That was immediate and unfortunate. That was unfortunate. the balance between those two elements is totally different. You cannot get ahead of the pack by a long margin at all, because you will always have the blue shell or the... this one is limiting me in the card that I have to use. Quite interesting. And you don't have to... And you cannot get ahead of the pack through the use of pure racing mechanics. It's a huge difference. It's a huge difference because, in general terms, it completely changes the balance of the gameplay mechanics, people, if you think about it. Think about it for a second. In games in which the pure mastery of the racing mechanics plays a bigger role, it has a higher degree of efficiency in the integration of the gameplay mechanics. The balance is totally different, because you cannot get ahead of the pack. You can get to first place and remain there through the use of pure skills, which is the case of a split second, for example. As you can see here, the explosions trigger automatically, and I have to beat the time limit. More variation. There you can see that they changed the route. As you can see, the power plays are automatically triggered. This is a great example of bye, see you next time. Thanks. Bye, and thanks always to you, Ike, always from the bottom of my heart. Sorry that I hadn't seen the message with all of explosions. See you around, man. Precisely, people, the balance between those two elements, it's critical. It's critical because the different integrations will define that proportion, and that proportion between weaponry mastery and pure racing skills will be completely different. It'll be completely different. As I've said, in Mario Kart, notice, and in a lot of other kart racers, for example in Crash Team Racing and many others, you cannot get ahead of the pack. You cannot get ahead of the pack by a great margin. Like, it's absolutely impossible. It's absolutely impossible. In the sense that there will always be one type of weapon that will always ensure that the race is more balanced. In the case of this game, the races are a bit more unbalanced, and by unbalanced I mean psychologically rewarding a pure racing mastery on purpose, so that the player can rely on pure racing mastery, besides the use of weaponry as an element that could potentially give the player victory, pretty much. So, first, Elite Race. As you can see, all of the Elite Racers are the main TV show competitors, and they will always be the same. You'll see that the artificial intelligence here will be quite nasty in comparison, and you'll see how it plays. You'll see, people. First Elite Race, as you can see there, we can see them. It simulates multiplayer, and it begins with the soundtrack that I mentioned, that I left on Discord precisely as a hint. It's the same. Speaking about that, that leads me to the next topic of analysis, which is the amazing soundtrack composed by BlackRock Studios. Definitely talented composers. That I'll let you enjoy for a bit here. Because if you pay attention that the soundtrack will gradually unfold as we get to the final lap. This is pretty much the main Elite Race theme. Oops. There you will see. Pay attention. You'll see how the soundtrack evolves in a minute, people. Could it be that it's not for the first Elite Race? There it is. There you could see it. Listen to it. There you can see how it evolved. That's why I wanted to highlight it. Second lap, and it's different. Listen to it. See how it will evolve now to the third lap tune. Oh, they're right behind us. Oh. As you can see, it's different when compared to the soundtrack that we got at the beginning. So, if you pay close attention, all of these sound design properties, are quite amazing. Because as I mentioned at the beginning, when I was mentioning Forza Horizon, Forza Motorsport 2 as the only problem that it had, the fact that it didn't have a soundtrack. If you pay close attention, see how the soundtrack gradually unlocked itself. It unfolded as it slowly unfolded slowly as it got to the second lap and the third lap. Quite amazing. Alright, we finished the first season, the first episode. The second season would be the second game that never happened. Choose next episode to enter, Splashdown or Big Rig Boom. Since the natural instinct would be to get to this one, we'll of course do this one.
In the next exciting episode, come face to face with a truckload of trouble in Survival.
We'll follow this structure, people. We will try to progress through the game as fast as we can, and I'll leave the final hour of the analysis to replay the races I don't get gold on, right, for the end. So we'll leave those for the end. For the end.
Coming up on Split Second, how long can the driver survive against?
So we progress and then we go back. That's the idea. Alright. Alright, people. Big Rig Boom. And as I've been mentioning, the soundtrack is the one thing that racing games, for example, Need for Speed The Run, that is always criticized. That is always criticized. It had an amazing soundtrack with Apex, for example, or Need for Speed Underground. The main reason why I would classify it as a bit higher than the other ones is precisely the soundtrack. It's an element that we don't pay a lot of attention to. It could be pretty much classified as pretty much the inherent essence of the video game, and it's something that reviewers don't pay a lot of attention to. But if you pay attention, this game has an amazing shit. Well, there we have the first crash due to road change, due to shortcut change of the series. Scarlet Dragoon, how have you been? How have you been? Ah, yeah, he grabs his head saying, damn. But yes, this game will be like this, people, so you'll all see me crash a lot of times because it incorporates this psychological crash then immediately recovery. Lame to me anyway. Well, but think of it like this. It has to do with the psychological balance of the gameplay mechanics. If you don't let the player recover immediately, it would make it way too difficult to get back in action, and that would stop the adrenaline of us teenagers back in the day. In which we had to kind of like we couldn't stand 2 seconds of respawning in Call of Duty. It will also cost that. Kinda reminds me of Road Rash in a way. It does. And on top of that, a lot of explosions going on all around the place. So you don't, or Destruction Derby. So you don't like the immediate recovery. You want to punish the player, Scarlet Dragoon. That's cruel. That's cruel, man. You want to punish the player. No. It has to do with the psychological effect that game developers wanted to do. Because basically, Call of Duty had a huge influence during the 7th generation, and pretty much the respawn mechanic of Call of Duty influenced a lot of games. If you think about it, I know they belong to different genres, but Call of Duty definitely influenced a lot the 7th generation, especially Modern Warfare 1, and that game was so successful because the respawn was almost immediate, pretty much. So this game, there we can see a huge influence. On the other hand, I was mentioning the first impressions element of the analysis, that it's interesting because let's say that this is a Mario Kart clone at the end of the day. They're all Mario Kart clones because Mario Kart was the original, but while it inherits the element of use of weaponry of Mario Kart, precisely, it introduces the power play mechanic, and that changes the balance. That one was good and close. That changes the balance of the. It changes the balance of the game. Why? Because in Mario Kart you don't mastery of the pure racing mechanics. I was precisely analyzing this. Isn't an element that is 100% integrated within Mario Kart. Yes, you need to know how to drift in Mario Kart, I know, people, but the degree of integration isn't as high as in this game. The pure racing mechanics, the use of weaponry has a bigger proportion in terms of influencing the gameplay mechanics. Why? Because in Mario Kart you activate the, I was mentioning this with Ike, precisely, that you activate the blue shell in Mario Kart, and pretty much you get a warranted elimination, not elimination, that stops in stops in his tracks. It makes the first place car pretty much get stopped in place. In this game it's different. There's more dynamism, and I think that will compensate precisely the element that you mentioned, Scarlet Lagoon, that when you crash, you immediately recover. You'll see that precisely that has to do with the different integration of the weaponry system. In this game, it's not like in Mario Kart. You are not meant to stop 100%. Why? Because it is already unbalanced in the sense that you can get ahead of the pack and get a huge distance of advantage when you get to the first place, so that the others don't reach you, so the power plays don't reach you. That's why precisely recovery is it's pretty much immediate to enhance the pure racing element, or at least that's the reason I can see. We'll see how it plays out. I don't know if you played it. I didn't ask you, Scarlet Dragoon. I didn't play it. Crowbar did play it. Did you play it? I don't know if you can. Whenever you have time, tell me if you played it, because it's quite. I'm quite curious about who of you played it back in the day, because it's quite unique, as you'll see. All right, track bomb race. Ah, yeah, those explode. Dodge the barrels. Blue slow you down. Red will wreck you. Yeah, you'll see that in the last races of the game, and you overtake the tracks. You'll see that in the last races of the game they are all red. So 3 passes in a row, create a multiplier. Okay, we have to get a streak of those. Damn it! The 60 FPS mod. The 60 FPS mod definitely makes this game much better. It was hard-coded to run at 30 FPS, so I don't know how the modders managed to ensure that it would run at 60 FPS, but it's certainly amazing, because if you think about it, it was pretty much hard-coded, which is quite difficult. It's the same case as Ninja Gaiden, for example. That's hard-coded. That is hard-coded. I believe it was original. No, not Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden was hard-coded at 60, and Bayonetta was also hard-coded, but at 60. That there were more. There are a lot of games during the 7th generation that were hard-coded at 30. And they cannot be fixed. And for somehow the modders fixed this one, and it's definitely amazing. Besides that, it has a lot of other aspects that I want to precisely analyze. We already have access to the elite race, but let's try all of the race types, by the way. So as I was mentioning, the first element that I wanted to analyze, that I was analyzing with that precisely, is extremely important, because it's the balance between the mastery of the use of weaponry and the pure racing skills. Going back to the example of Mario Kart, in Mario Kart, the use of weaponry plays a much bigger role. It has more predominance over the pure racing skill. I know people, I love Mario Kart and I play it a lot, and definitely it's the best racing kart game of all time, pretty much because it created a genre, or a variation of the racing genre to be precise. But yes, pretty much the integration of the weaponry system in Mario Kart is much more prominent. It gives the player a much bigger advantage than the one that you'll find in Split Second. And that has a lot of consequences that we'll explore throughout the course of our gameplay. I don't think it will take me a lot of weeks to finish this one. Except for the most difficult races that are truly a challenge, the elite races. But pretty much, the integration of the weaponry system with the mastery of the racing system of the game is completely different here. As you can see, you can create shortcuts, you can completely terraform, let's say, you can completely modify the track, so tracks can be completely different, as you might see in a moment. If they trigger a level 2 power play, no, we are safe. And that precisely has to do with the element that you mentioned, Scarlet Dragoon, that you recover immediately. That is pretty much needed because the effectiveness of the power plays of the weaponry system of the game, it was needed. I deduce, it's not the absolute truth. I presume it was to balance the lower effectiveness of the weaponry system, because as you can see, you can get ahead of the pack and get an advantage through pure racing skills that, for example, in Mario Kart, it's much more difficult. See that, for example, this is the rubber banding AI that I was mentioning. Oof, that one was close. They were already activating the shortcut. But yes, pretty much that will have a lot of psychological consequences, because it's absolutely different, people. It's absolutely different. The gameplay experience will be absolutely different, because the integration of and the balance of these two elements that I'm mentioning, mastery of pure racing skills with the mastery of and the use of weaponry, will have a different relationship when compared to Mario Kart, which, as you can see, will be the game that I will refer to and cite a lot. Because precisely, the effectiveness of weaponry will be much lower here. You can... how do I put it? You can evade a catastrophic respawn. You can evade getting wrecked if your pure racing skills are good. It has a much more balanced integration in that sense. It's not so it's not so highly influenced by the weaponry system. So I think it's good because it achieves a better balance between pure racing skills and the pure weaponry and mastery of the weaponry system. So that's the first element that I wanted to highlight, because it's a different relationship, and that will create a lot of consequences that we'll explore in the course of the few days in which we'll analyze this game. It's not very long, if I remember correctly, but I want to see Ryback Thunder Challenge. We can only use this card for this one, but you will see that that brings a lot of variation to the table, as you'll see in a moment. It brings a lot of variation because, for example, not only that you can create shortcuts, they are dynamically created in this game. They are not static, which adds a lot of variety to the gameplay and a lot of innovation. A lot of racing modes that you won't find in Mario Kart, for example. And as for the negatives, pretty much, well, I don't know. It has pretty good physics, but it doesn't have the perfect physics of Mario Kart, I guess. But as you will see, they are pretty good considering the time frame. Considering the time frame it was released in. Yeah, you'll see a lot of explosions, people. Get used to it. For example, this event is just a pure... as you can see, it's a race against time. It's a timed race. See how the influence of creating a much bigger, of creating a different balance in which the pure racing skills are different. Here the power plays will trigger automatically. The second element, and the most evident element that I wanted to analyze today, besides the balance that we talked about between the weaponry system and the... Oops. That one is interesting. This is done so the player learns the the locations of the power plays. It's quite a subtle and an organically natural way of showing the player the locations of the power plays. In general, you cannot remember them all, but but you'll see how incredibly interesting that plays out to be. I love it. They gave me an extremely slow car, so it's a slow and painful. Damn it. That one was easy to dodge, I guess. As you can see, the effects ensure that the player doesn't see. It is an audio-visual mastery, and you'll see much more soon. And the second element that I wanted to talk about, precisely the second element that I wanted to talk about, besides that balance, it's the incredible hang on a second. No, this one. Second place. Wreck one more rivals in this episode to unlock. Yeah, it's different. It's not the. It's not that we didn't get to first place at the beginning. It has to do with that. Let's go back to the Corbetti. What brought you to this game? I played it back in the day, Star Dragon, or to review this game. Well, I gave some reasons at the beginning of this stream when I read the people that also played it back in the day. First of all, as you could see from the soundtrack, it is quite amazing. But not only that, I know that right now it's a bit slow and it's a bit basic, but you will see how the dynamic of the power plays, how unique it is, Scarlet Dragoon. If you haven't played it, I presume, if you're asking me that the dynamic of the power play is unique. You won't find it anywhere else. I don't know if you can think about a game with this dynamic, but I think it doesn't exist. But you will see how that it's not a coincidence that a lot of people regard this as one of the best racing games of all time. It's not a coincidence, and it just doesn't have to do with the graphics. It has to do with the variety of the mechanics, as you'll see. It starts as low, but once we reach the mid-season episodes of the game, it's basically the campaign, you will see how underrated it is, or at least, well, perhaps you won't like it, but you'll see how incredibly varied it gets. Once we get into more track races, helicopter runs, a lot of things. What basically made me pick this game is because, first of all, racing games as a whole, I was discussing this with Ike, generally, this is what brought me to analyze the game. It has unique elements, and it has a dynamism which you won't find in a lot of other racing games, and it has a lot of amazing mechanics that you'll see are quite unique. Besides, on top of that, as you can read from the title, modders have finally managed to fix the 30 FPS cap and the physics engine that will ensure that the hitboxes of the original release are fixed, and you'll see how precise the power plays will be due to this. I'll bet you, I don't know if you like racing games in general, Scarlet Dragoon, but if you like them, you'll see, for example, like this, I changed all of the routes of the track while wrecking the racer in first place. But I bet that if you like racing games, you'll see how unique it is, how unique and underrated it is. It's not a coincidence that a lot of people consider this one the best Mario Kart clone they have played ever. It had a sequel. It almost had a sequel. And and I played it back in the day, and I do agree that it's extremely underrated. Why? Because as I've said, it combines the mechanics of the weaponry system of Mario Kart while breaking through that barrier of having physical weapons on the track. It was a pretty terrible thing that Blur was the main competitor of this game, because Blur followed the same formula as Mario Kart, and it was done by Bizarre Creations. What the fuck? What the shit? What happened to the physics there? They probably changed the routes or what? Or maybe my speed was not enough to get to it. But yes, if you stick long enough to see all of the weird quirks that it has, I bet you'll see how unique it is. I know that it's not that how do I put it? Spectacular, maybe in the first races, but perhaps you'll see how good it is. If you think it's shit, Scarlet Dragoon, feel free to say it, and we can debate, and no worries. But Junior Tech, how have you been? How have you been, man? It's been a while, Junior Tech. I mentioned you in my final analysis on Thursday of Sacred 2. How have you been? Gran Turismo series there too, and Need for Speed Shift. You lean more towards arcade sim racers. How have you been, Junior Tech? Be welcome, be welcome. Can you change these red, orange, black colors? Yes. This is something that I didn't mention, but you can actually do it. Hello. You can actually do it. Generally, you mean the tone, the filter of the game. You can, for example, the game has this tone, and generally you cannot change it. It's generally like this, with this sunset tone filter that it has. It is pretty much like this. However, if you get the modded version, I did all of the description at the beginning, but I can go over it again for you, Junior Tech. Pretty much this is a reality TV show. It simulates that. And the filter, if you get the modded Clover edition of the game, and you will be able to, at least, you won't be able to change the yellowish filter that it has, the orange filter that it has, but you'll have access in the Clover edition to what was it called? The reshade. You'll have access to reshade, and at least if you can manually manipulate it and probably potentially make it a bit less red, orange, black colors. It's the filter of the game, just like some games have bright filters. This one has this one, Junior Tech. But basically the
in today's exciting episode,
you can change it a bit. If you get the Clover edition, I gave you all of the details at the beginning of this stream when I analyzed the case, and you will at least be able to somehow modify it with reshade. Pretty much. The modded edition already has a preset of the reshade, in which you can either exaggerate the orange, or tone it down. But yes, pretty much. It won't change a lot, I guess, but you can tone it down through the use of reshade. Reshade, like RESHADE, with reshade, you can do that. You can change the gamma, probably. I would, if I tried to do that. You mentioned that change the red, orange, black colors. Pretty much you can use reshade. But yes, it's the filter of the game. Pretty much. By the way, Junior Tech, deep thanks for accompanying me in this next analysis. The only second analysis that we have done this year as well. You as well, Scarlet Dragoon, because we spent the whole year analyzing Sacred 2. Sorry, I laugh at myself. So you mentioned Gran Turismo series there too, and Need for Speed Shift. Alright, more like arcade racing. I will highly recommend to you, since we're talking about racing games, the same one that I recommended to Ike. Forza Horizon 1, if you have a modded Xbox or a normal Xbox 360. Forza Horizon 1 is the most difficult it is and has always been massive. Sacred 2. Yeah, but now we have someone who will achieve 100% completion. On Thursday, I will do the Ice and Blood expansions, and hopefully I'll be finished with it. I want to believe it. Maybe I'm being naive, but pretty much, I'll try to believe that I'm 100% done with it, with the Ice and Blood expansions, and yes, pretty much. Thanks to you all for accompanying me in that long journey. Well, normal mode, right? Normal mode, right? Still have next... Wait. Hang on, people. It's a way too fast game. Well, normal mode, right? Still have next to difficulties. Yeah, the regarding Sacred 2, the blood, the gold, and the what was it? Mobium difficulty. And Junior Tech, it's something personal because yes, sorry for forcing you to play. No, Junior Tech, no worries. You mean like Deuteronomia and those things, those modern settings that games have? No worries. That's where things get interesting. Yes, Scarlet Dragon, I've seen the what was it, the Abishai extra world bosses. That there are some world bosses. We'll do them. You were waiting for the end game bosses, Scarlet Dragon. I usually only do 100% map on the ultimate. I rush to the other too difficult. You have a save files for that. There are save files over at the Sacred 2 community. Junior Tech, no worries, no worries. No, the game doesn't. I don't know. We can check it in the options once I finish the race. If it has Deuteronomy and those things like different shades of. Yeah, I know what you are mentioning. The accessibility option for the ice. No worries. No, you're not forcing. My knowledge is always at your disposal, people, to all of you. No, you can use reshade in that case, and you can try to alter the gamma if you have. I would highly recommend you to use reshade and change the gamma. See if you can affect the gamma of all of your games, and with reshade you will be able to affect all of them. And games that don't have Deuteronomia or different shades of color variations for the ice, you'll find them in you might be able to change them through reshade, because you can change the gamma. Because, for example, I remember, I think he didn't mention it. There's a famous, pretty good, by the way, I'll recommend it to you. There's a pretty famous YouTuber about Nintendo. He's called Scott Wozniak. He's pretty famous. He doesn't need me to promote his content precisely, people, at all. Thank you. Yeah. If older games like this one don't have the options for Triptanomia and Deuteronomia, I think they are called, use reshade. Change the gamma, and if you change the gamma, you are directly altering the red, blue, and green proportions of the game. And for the rest, no, you're not forcing me. I'll repeat it also, Scarlet Dragon, if you'd like to play the game, if you ever end up liking it. Maybe I can change your impression on the game. Get the Clover edition, a modded version, because otherwise it'll run at 30 FPS, the physics won't be fixed, and basically you won't be able to play with a wireless joystick. No, I feel so bad, people, Junior Tech, Scarlet Dragoon, also Ike, and everyone. I created all of these long panels. With a lot of rules and everything, because I've seen, before streaming, I remember I saw other streams and the audience was generally so savage. And then when I started streaming and everything, you are also well-mannered and educated and everything, that I feel sometimes bad about all of the rules that I wrote initially. You are also well-mannered, courteous, and well-educated. That is completely different when compared to other streams that sometimes I feel bad about the initial rules that I wrote. No, get the Clover edition I was mentioning at the beginning. With the Clover edition of the game, you'll be able to get all of the DLC content from the console version, for example, or the and all of the good stuff, because this game has a lot of DLC content that was exclusive for the console versions of the game, and like that, Junior Tech, you'll have everything. You'll have pretty much everything. Going back to Scarlet Dragoon, you only 100% do them up on Ultimate. I rushed through the other two difficulties. You have save files for that over at the community. You have save files. I could have used them and gone straight for Movium difficulty, and they'll give you kind of like a preset, a mold for you to do the character, to do the character, to create your own character, and pretty much and pretty much start at the highest difficulty. The other thing that I was mentioning, Scott Wozniak. Yeah, I think 1.5 hours per rush difficulty for me. Sorry, 1.5 hour per rush difficulty. What do you mean, 1 hour and a half? So like 3 hours to rush it. You mean until the end? I know, without doing any side quests. You mean? But that doesn't that change the difficulty? Sorry, the difficulty. Doesn't that make the level unbalanced? Because you would only level up a bit just to get to your ultimate. But what about your level? Does it scale to your level? Then do all quests. But does it scale to your level? Because I ended up almost at level 75. And then do all the quests. Yeah. But just to get to your ultimate. But does it get to the balance of the level? Does it work? How does it work? Because I got to level almost 75 by the end of it, and I can, no, just doing bosses and stuff along the way is enough. So you probably start what the final difficulty at what level? At level 40, 50, no more than that. Closing on the other topic, people. Scott Wozniak, he doesn't need me to promote his content. He has millions of subscribers. He has precisely, he's colorblind, and precisely he doesn't treat these things, but he can perfectly play all of the games without any issue. So I presume he does use something like what I mentioned to you, Junior Tech, that to use reshade or those things. Pretty much, he knows a lot about Nintendo consoles and everything. So yeah, pretty much. So just doing big bosses and stuff along the way, it's enough for the. But what is that even possible? Like at level 40, you end up against bosses at level 70. Hey, but you know the game by heart. If you have a good evasion chance, you probably can do it. I mean. Damn it, Scarlet Dragoon, you are waiting for me to get to the expansions so we can see the good stuff. Now you are intriguing me on Thursday. What am I going to get to? I know about the Abishai boss, for example. About the Abishai boss and that thing. I have a big problem, you know what? Trying to access the jungle region. The jungle region, like there's an Abishai there, according to the interactive map of Sacred 2, that pretty much tells me that there's an Abishai boss or something like that, and there's an invisible road that I need to get through through the jungle, and I couldn't find it. So we'll see. Now that we finished with the analysis, we will get to the expansions. But yeah, Kosiane, you are also well-mannered and courteous that sometimes I feel bad about the rules that I wrote initially in my panels. Not only you, Junior Tech, and you, Scarlet Dragoon, also Ike, also Crowbar. So I had a pretty different experience in terms of you guys when compared to other Twitch audiences. Like, it has to do with the games I play, I believe. That they are kind of like more old school. but sometimes I feel bad of writing all of these rules. Also, on this server over at Discord, I created a huge chunk of rules. They're thinking, well, I'll have to organize it, and then nothing to do. Nothing to do. Um, nothing to do. The complete opposite of what I had been seeing up until that moment on Twitch. Like, completely different. Alright, this is another game mode. Quite interesting, people. Quite interesting. But yeah, I recommend you Scott Wozniak. He doesn't need me recommending his content. He's a pretty big YouTuber, and precisely, I presume he uses the same the same thing that I recommend you to change the gamma. Alright, people, going back to the analysis. Pretty much the main reason behind choosing split second, and pretty much the second element that I wanted to talk about in these first impressions, besides the balance between the mastery of the weapon system of the game, pretty much and the pure racing mastery, is that, well, but you can see by now how brutal this will get in a matter of minutes. The idea is to keep the combo going and see how the game is naturally already forcing me to choose a different car. Because the problem is that I chose the same car that I used for racing for evading these missiles. In the case of this, handling is more important than speed. There you can begin to see the subtle variations that you won't find in Mario Kart, except for Mario Kart Double Dash, for example. Except for Mario Kart Double Dash, in which there's a stat system involved. The second element that I wanted to talk about. This game does feature a stat system, an element that Mario Kart, besides having a totally different balance of the precisely the integration, the overall balance of the weaponry system with the pure racing system of the game. Besides that, this game introduces a stat system. Something that I think the modern entries of Mario Kart, I think I'm wrong, I think Mario Kart 7 and 8 introduced it, but in a lot of other games, for example, there are a lot of Mario Kart games, of kart racing games, you don't get stats, or even if you get stats, the abstract complexity of the stat system of the cards is way too low. For example, in Sonic All Stars Racing Transformed, which is amazing, and pretty much you will, I guarantee you will definitely enjoy it. We are not going to retry them at the beginning. We'll then do all of the retries at the end of the stream. Once we get into, it's been only 2 hours, we have time. Then by the time I reach, see how much time it takes me in the end, and we can then try to get a gold qualification on them by the end of the streams, or well, pretty much we'll distribute it like that. We'll try to progress through the game at the beginning of the streams, and then by the end we'll go back to the races that are tougher or more difficult. So yeah, pretty much. As I was mentioning to Scarlet Dragoon, on Thursday we'll do the Ice and Blood expansions now that we have finished with the main analysis of the game, because I keep my promises, people. We'll do a 100% completion. We also have a pretty weird island that we have to explore in the center of that region. In the central region of Ancaria. But well, mainly because of the, I think they are raid bosses or things like that that we'll stumble upon according to what I've seen. Pretty interesting stuff, and I want to see how the community patch enhances everything. Alright, people. Coming back to Split Second. Pretty much, you'll see that the power play mechanic and the stat system are all elements that are quite unique to this game. And I want to analyze precisely, going back to the perfect initial question of Scarlet Dragoon, that how unique the power play mechanic is and how it redefines. That one was close. It wasn't. They exploded it. Like that again. Get used to it, because we'll see it a lot. They activated the the mechanic once I was on top of the bridge. And so I fell to the water. Damn it! We need to recover. This is a knockout race. We need to remain... Let's like in Need for Speed, the knockout races. The integration of this power play mechanic, which brings a lot of innovation to the table, finally breaks through the limitation of having physical weapons on the track, which is the main classic tendency of Mario Kart clones. That's precisely the fascinating element about this game. The power play mechanics create a totally different integration of that balance, of that first element that I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, analyzing the case. For example, see here, I changed the routes completely through a power level, through a level 2 power play, and I also changed the track. That variation creates a lot of differences in terms of the psychological impact it will have on the player when compared to Mario Kart. And other racing games, I want to cite Blur as the main competitor of this game, because they were released in a pretty similar time frame. It was developed by Bizarre Creations, this one by Black Rock Studios that we mentioned at the beginning. And Bizarre Creations, there's this old argument about which is the best game, Blur or Split Second. Blur followed pretty much the classic system of having physical weapons like in Mario Kart. It was much more conservative in that sense, much more traditional. And Split Second went for a wilder mechanic, for the power play mechanic. And as you will see, that brings a lot of differences. For example, the pure racing element of the gameplay mechanics has a much better integration when compared to the weaponry system. In Mario Kart, as I said, you activate the weapons, and it's almost warranted that they will stop the leaders of the pack, and as a direct consequence of that, you get a more balanced racing gameplay. Why? Because the weaponry system is so predominant, is so strong, that you don't have a lot of chances to escape. There's zero chances of escaping a blue shell, for example, or a star, or a star. All right, we have to survive, just like in the previous one. I didn't pick the best car for this. Oh well, let's see what we can do. And there's a huge difference. Because here you have the possibility of escaping damage with a much higher probability. And pretty much that changes the gameplay mechanics, because pure racing and the stat system of the game will play a much bigger role. So pure racing mechanics will be much better integrated, as you'll see. For example, see that I just mentioned that I should have picked a different car for this, just like that. The same goes for a lot of other events, like I should have picked a stronger car to survive the missile assaults. And for example, for a drifting event, I think it has drifting events, I'll pick cars with the best drifting. And the same with cars that are the fastest for the race. It's pretty much this one that I have been using. So, as you can see, it creates a direct relationship between the stat system of the game. In this case, we use cars instead of characters. Pretty much, we see a much better integration of the stat system on the gameplay mechanics as a direct consequence. So that adds a lot of variety to the gameplay mechanics, because while in Mario Kart you do have a stat system, there isn't an objective variety related to that. It's always 3 laps races, or at least the balloon fight that it has. In that sense, it's a level design element that is highly beneficial for this game. Having objective variety, because it directly influences the stat system. And creating a stat system, perfectly integrating it with the level design, the objective variety of the game, and at the same time, the split-second helicopter is locking missiles on you. Marker sugar. It's also airstrike, huh? So the ending is not an elite race, or it's an elite race plus airstrike. No. It's just an airstrike. Hey, didn't we do this one? Is it the elite race? Hang on a second. I want to. I can immediately go for it. No, I chose the wrong event or not. Hang on a second. Elite race available. Which is the elite race? We already done it. Airport terminal. Elite race. This one. I didn't choose the correct event. There we go. There we go. And yes, as I mentioned, the only drawback of this modded version is the fact that you will have to manage the menus with the keyboard. You cannot use a wireless joystick. You can use a wired Xbox 360 joystick. You can use a wired Xbox 360 joystick, for example, and pretty much you'll see that is the best version of the game once you mod it. So, as I was mentioning, the fact that the weapons are not physical, the objective variety, are all strong points as to why this game, why so many people call this one of the best racing games ever. There goes the gas station. There you have the replay. You can activate it or ignore it. You can ignore them because they take a part of the gameplay. Notice, as I mentioned, that the soundtrack, when you do the elite race, pay attention to how the song will gradually unfold. It has a pretty amazing soundtrack, this game, and it's tough as nails once we get to the final episodes of the season. As I said, it's absolutely tragic that we never got a sequel. There's a prototype online that you can see, but it's pretty much a broken mess of the first race that they were organizing. And basically the elite races will concentrate all of the difficulty, and pretty much you'll see that the final ones will be absolutely legendary. I beat this game back in the day on my PS3, I believe it was, and pretty much it's no coincidence that precisely Crowbar mentioned that he found a copy of it that he rented a copy in Ireland back then, because this game is actually made by a British studio from Brighton and published by Disney. Yeah, I bet you didn't expect it. It's a swan song of the studio, and it's and as we read at the beginning, precisely route change. As you can see, there it completely changed. It terraformed the terrain, as you can see, and the studio behind this game, as we read at the beginning, you have the full history. They only developed racing games. They were Climax Racing, then Climax Interactive. They changed names a lot of times. And precisely they only made racing games, and this is their swan song. And I'm so happy that we finally can play this at 60 FPS with the console content unlocked, because it's absolutely glorious. The other thing that I wanted to highlight as another element that we will cover throughout the coming days is the economic system of this game. Economic system in a racing game eraser, for those of you who might be joining us through YouTube, watching this as a YouTube VOD in the future, probably due to how massive Sacred 2 will be. You'll watch this in December, you're watching this in December of 2024 or January of 2025. Pretty much the economic system is how the game handles the currency to get an advantage throughout the game. Shit, it was impossible to see that there was a smoke, a cloud of smoke. You'll see it has a split screen as well, and as you'll see, it'll have a lot of interesting quirks. But pretty much the economic system is that bar that you see down there when I'm racing, that fills the bar, the 3 power play bars. At level 1 and 2 you can do simple power plays, and at level 3 you can change routes and do a massive distraction when you are at a huge disadvantage. That's just like the blue show in Mario Kart, the level 2 power play. And you will see how interesting the economic we've already done some helicopter ones, so let's get to Sunset Fire. You can choose the episode. As you can see, you progress pretty fast through the game, and it's kind of like a reality TV show. This episode finishes, and you start the next one immediately. And pretty much the economic system is quite interesting, because in Mario Kart, in Blur, which was the main competitor of this game, which follows the traditional system of Mario Kart, and it was also created by Bizarre Creations. I highly recommend you, as I said, Metropolis Street Racer and the 4 Project Gotham Racing games developed by Bizarre Creations.
This time,
And Blur was one of their last games, and it was the main competitor of this game. They were so unlucky because they were released in the same time frame, and they were pretty much the only 2 intents, the only 2 chances that we had of combining Mario Kart mechanics with realistic car racing mechanics. Like, it's pretty unique, and it's pretty much it only happens. It's unique to Split Second and Blur, and out of the 2 of them, Blur went for a more traditional system because it had the physical weapons on the track, just like in Mario Kart. Split Second is unique with its power play system, and as you will see, the economic system of this game is completely different. In Mario Kart, do you need to draft to use to get access to the weaponry system of the game? No. In Blur, no, as well. As you can see, I only could do that because I drifted a lot. I only can do this because I drafted a lot at the same time. It has an integration of the racing mechanics. It has an integration of the racing mechanics within the economic system that you won't find in a lot of racing games. Besides that, the sense of speed, it's quite amazing. And there you can see that drift was amazing. And pretty much there you can see that if they do a power 2 play here, or this boat entirely would come on top of me. So the economic system of the game has a quite unique integration within the gameplay mechanics. So I wanted to... I should have chosen the other... I should have gone to the left. And if you combine that... No, it's gonna explode, shit. You can see the dynamism in this. I just lost an elimination race, even if I was leading the pack. In a matter of minutes. Just because of the crash system of the game and the power play system of the game. In Mario Kart, you don't have an economic system through pure racing mechanics. It's automatic because the weapons are physical. It happens in all kart racing games. Think about Crash Team Racing, Sonic All Stars Racing Transformed, all of the ones that we know and love. Pretty much, you'll see, if you pay attention to it, that the economic system, it's physical. You get your weapons and that's it. There's no dissociation between it and the pure racing mechanics. The same does do. does add that twist to the gameplay mechanics. So the economic system is handled through the pure racing portion of the gameplay mechanics, through drifting, drafting, jumps, close calls, pretty much all of those things. Overtaking opponents, I believe, something like that. And as you can see, those bars represent it. And I think that this integration adds a lot of variety. Why? Because, as I've said, they were able to integrate the pure racing element to a kart racer 100%. Something that we don't see in Blur. Blur is basically Mario Kart with real car physics. But for example here, you can see that I could only achieve this. Damn it. Damn it, I couldn't see it. I need to learn the tracks. Shit, it was through here. I killed myself. I killed myself. See, this is the dynamism that I was precisely mentioning, people. It's incredible how the game adds all of that variety. For example, in this case I triggered the power play because I still suck at the game. But if an opponent had triggered it, would have had the same result. So there you can see how intricate it is. So I bet you'll have a pretty good experience throughout our short, because the campaign, I remember, it's quite short, our short journey through Split Second. Because you'll see a lot of crashes like that are perfectly integrated within the economic system of the game, which is directly related to the mastery of the racing gameplay mechanics. And that is a huge difference. And that's a huge difference because there we go, we saved that one. I lose control of the car when the explosions somehow it drifts. It kind of like the physics are affected by them, by the power plays. And as you'll see, alright, let's try that again. Let's see if we can change the routes. And through here. And you'll see that having an economic system implemented to have access to unlock the weaponry system of the game, it's a game changer. Because if you think about it, Blur, Mario Kart, all of those games simply hand to you the weaponry system of the game by just getting the weapons, right? It's a huge paradigm shift, because the power play system makes this game much more similar to Ridge Racer, I believe. It was mentioned in the reviews. To Ridge Racer mechanically, while retaining all of the elements of a kart racer, which is the fact that you can get an advantage through a weaponry system. So it's quite amazing. Like that. That was unavoidable. Pretty good artificial intelligence because it was perfectly timed. I could barely escape that one. And as you can see, the balance is also completely different. Because you can get ahead of the pack with more advantage than what you would normally have or could normally achieve in Mario Kart, because of how effective the blue shell is. In this sense, making the explosions, the weaponry system, the power plays, more um, more randomized, and allowing the player to see the timing and perhaps evade it in contrary to being 100% effective like the blue shell in Mario Kart. It opens a window for a lot of possibility that I bet you'll notice, guys, throughout the course of the game. Why? Because you can escape a lot of the power plays through drifting, and you will only respawn through the concept of crashing, of being wrecked. So it includes the concept of being wrecked from Burnout. This is the perfect influence from the Burnout series. It's a perfect influence from the Burnout series. Well, bet you can begin to see the beauty of a split second of being attacked by a massive crane or a boat. That bomb didn't drop from the helicopter. Weird. Being crushed by a crane faster than you could possibly think about, like that. And the direct consequence of that is that it adds a lot of variety to the gameplay mechanics. So good. See, even if this is a first impressions stream, we have a lot of elements to add to it. Crowbar, yes, how have you been, man? I congratulated you at the beginning of the stream. Crowbar, I congratulated you at the beginning of the stream. Let's do it again. You guessed the game in... Then I saw the times of your messages. They were half an hour. You guessed the game in half an hour on Saturday. I then left. I dropped that message and left. The UI of this game is so far ahead of its time, and yes, another topic that we need to analyze on the channel. Precisely. Thank you. Yeah. Congratulations, because then I saw the times and you guessed it in half an hour. You mentioned that you got it in the Irish version of Blockbuster over at Discord. So we had blockbusters here in Argentina, for example, and I also saw games like... Yes, I saw games like this one. By the way, hello, you are one of my neighbors here in Argentina. I don't know if you know it, because the United Kingdom, and pretty much, well, Ireland, there's a difference. For those of you who don't know, the United Kingdom is composed of 4 different kingdoms. I have a bizarre knowledge of soundtracks of games. Not sure why. Then I'll post more challenges on Discord. We'll put that knowledge to the test. Then we can do that. No, you are my neighbor because we have a lot of islands here close to Argentina. I'm so ready. And precisely, a lot of them are what were they called? The overseas territories of the US. But this UA, mate, is unreal. It's perfect. Yeah, because it includes all of the elements within... It can also do that, precisely. It includes all of the elements within the central vision range of the player. You can have the power plays, the timings, your position, the target. Absolutely, it's in the central part. It's not part of the peripheral field of vision of the player. Well, if you're interested, it's not only incredible because of this. It has a lot of other elements. Well, let's restart it, because it has a lot of other elements because of the that I mentioned. There's a perfect balance. I don't know if you noticed it when you played it back in the day, Crowbar. Yeah, that's the beauty of this game. You can get crashed at any moment. It incorporates the wrecking mechanic of Burnout. But I was mentioning it, Crowbar, at the beginning. It's a pretty subtle balance. Why? Because it incorporates an economic system which is different when compared to Mario Kart and Blur, which was the main competitor of this game back in the day, that you also mentioned to me in the direct message. Blur was the main competitor of this. I think that one is unavoidable, huh? Blur, absolutely. There's this old debate, people, for those of you who don't know, that back in the day, the main competition was, do you like Blur or Split Second? I was a Split Second team. It's not. I played Blur. I finished Blur. It's quite challenging as well, but it follows the traditional structure of Mario Kart, an element that I was mentioning at the beginning. And I think Split Second, through its unique system, I think they're pretty much unavoidable, huh? I think they're pretty much unavoidable here. I played both. A Split Second was just so much better. Well, glad to see a fellow Split Second fan like me, because I then played Blur, and precisely when I played Blur, it followed the traditional Mario Kart system of having physical weapons. We'll have to restart this. Of having physical weapons instead of the power play system that you can see here, people. So the power play system, I was mentioning all of the consequences. Blur is fantastic too, don't get me wrong. Of course it's fantastic. I played it, and the final race is quite difficult, for example. We won't do that one again. We'll retry them all at the end of the stream, so we can get gold qualification. Blur is fantastic, but the fact that it follows the traditional system of Mario Kart of having physical weapons instead of the power plays, but the instruction in Split Second is just perfect. You don't even finish the sentence, but it's perfect. Pretty much, and the power play system has a lot of consequences that I have been analyzing at the beginning of the stream. I'm not sure, it was the first time I saw that it is the only game that introduces the power play system. Because pretty much it changes the economic system of the game if you think about it, because as you can see, it has a different integration of the pure racing mechanics. I was mentioning this at the beginning with Ike, that don't think I ever seen it since. It won't happen again, I believe, because it's a unique system. Precisely, Scarlet Dragoon at the beginning was asking to me what was the reason behind choosing Split Second as the game for a review. Because of how unique the power play system is. For example, here you have the power 2 level plays, the level 2 power play, sorry, in which you change routes. There's also terraforming of the track, but not only that, if you think about it, it just fits the ego of the player well in multiplayer and everything. Yes, it's absolutely amazing. It's absolutely amazing, but there's a reason that psychologically, this game, first of all, it has an economic system implemented to it. Like, in Mario Kart, in Blur, the weapons are physical. You just get them while traversing the track. Like, pretty much, you race through the track, and that's pretty much it. And you get the weapons. So the weaponry system doesn't have an economic system behind it. Mario Kart Blue Shell, I'll slow you down. I mentioned it several times at the beginning of the analysis, even some minutes ago, that the Blue Shell changes the balance of the racing system, because in Mario Kart you activate the Blue Shell, and what happens, people? I bet you cannot see this in Mario Kart. This has to do with the racing system of the game. I wasn't fast enough as to get through there. In Blur, I'll chase you down and I'll slow you down. I didn't know about that one. So it's absolutely incredible. It's absolutely incredible how the Blue Shell will stop you completely, right, in Mario Kart. And in Split Second, you have a probability, a higher degree of probability of escaping the power plays. Give me a second. Split Second, I'll destroy this damn building and ruin the area, and you will slow down. Indeed, but the Blue Shell, think about the probability of being effective, Crowbar. Think about it. In Mario Kart, it's 100%. In Split Second, you can avoid the Blue Shell, for example. You can avoid a lot of the mechanics. That opens the possibility, absolutely. It adds a lot of consequences that I want to analyze. Why? Because since the effectiveness, the probability of effectiveness isn't 100%, Blue Shell is an awful mechanic. Yes, because it's done to balance the advantage. Okay, I think this one we need an amount of speed that we cannot There we go. You have to stop there, for example. The blue shell, it's a warranted kill, let's say. The fact that here you can escape power plays opens up the possibility for a much better integration of the pure racing mastery portion of the gameplay mechanics. It will reward the player for being efficient at racing. There's a still skill involved with the escape there, precisely that you don't get it when you activate the blue shell that you precisely mentioned as a turbo mechanics. My first game of all time that I ever played, it's called Scars. It's called Scars, a supercomputer animal racing simulator from 1998. It was precisely pretty similar to Mario Kart. It's from Scars. Oh my gosh, what, you played it? It was my first game ever. I played it with my dad as I was 3 years old. I'm from 1995. Yes, you played it. Well, that's unusual. I had it on PS1. I played it on PC. I played it on PC on Windows 98. I'm from 91. Ah, you are older than than me by some years, but we're pretty much from the same. We're millennials, as they like to call us now. They love to call us millennials. What a shitty denomination. The Scars, and then Revolt. I think it was Revolt. Could it be Revolt? Yeah, I know which one it is. No, Revolt. No, I didn't play that one. Wreck 8 more rivals in this episode to unlock. Quite interesting. So you played Scars. It was my first game ever. I played it with 3 years with my dad, precisely. Scars was fantastic. Whoa. Well, you can read in my panels down below. It was my first game, Scars, on Windows 98. The Windows 98 version. Then I played the PS1 version nowadays, because the other one was impossible to. It's impossible. The Windows 98 version looks amazing. All of the effects are completely different. Ubisoft made completely different effects for the Windows 98 version, for example. Yeah, it's completely different. I played it with the keyboard, and it's sad that I cannot play that original version back then. I think hang on, I'll show you something that will. I have it. See how close I have it to me. There it is, people. The game. Did you ever play Roll Cage? No, but I know which one it is. There's a PSP clone called. Ah, damn it. When we do. There you have Scars. This is my first game ever, people. I have it. I have had it close to me. This is a Windows 98 version original. I have this close to me since you have the physical disc. Damn, yeah, it's my first game. Windows 98. It's original. It's pretty much one of the few physical PC games I have. It's my first game as well. It's my first game as well, and it's the first. It's the reason why I deeply analyze games and why I play games in the first place. In the first place, it's one of the few physical games that I have. One of the few physical PC games that I have. And pretty much it's the reason why I play video games. Fantastic game, really excellent. Well, in Supercomputer Animal Racing Simulator, Scars, it addressed a lot of the flaws of Super Mario 64 because the main flare, I think it was the main ball of light that would reach that was a simulation of a blue shell. It wouldn't completely stop the racer at the first place that was in the first place. Pretty much, it wasn't a complete stop of the player. It would stop the player on his tracks because it would slow down the speed, but it wasn't 100%. It fed into love. Hang on a second. I fell into love back then of Super Hang on a second. It fed into our love back then of superheroes and being the best hero. You mean Scars? You mean Scars because of all of the animals? Eventually, yes, yeah. I think it was an amazing idea. Well, someday we can. You picked you picked, yes, you picked your favorite. Yeah, because of the animals, because of the animals, because of the panther and the cheetah and the scorpion and everything. It was absolutely amazing. It was absolutely amazing. The fact that it had a stat system that I don't remember if Mario 64 had. Damn it, that was weird. I would have sworn they changed the shortcut there. They changed the shortcut there pretty fast, and it had a stat system. Scars had a stat system, and pretty much, I don't know if Mario 64 had a stat system. I cannot remember, but I'm sure that it was something unusual in kart racing games back then. Having such, because Scars had a pretty complex stat system. Nowadays I can only play the PS1 version, emulated here on PC. The Nintendo 64 version I play, sorry. The Nintendo 64, which has a bit better graphics. It started bringing some sort of RPG element to from other genres, or from other genres in the case of kart racing, or to other genres in case of the influence it might have had. But yes, it picked that, it brought that RPG element. That, is it the Windows version of Split Second? Is it? No, it's not emulated. It's the Windows version. I covered everything at the beginning of the stream. Crowbar. You can get you have two options. Get the Steam version and mod it with the 60 FPS. It looks fantastic indeed. It's a modded version of the game. Precisely, Junior Tech asked me at the beginning for. He asked me at the beginning for a different version for a different version for the colors of the game. It's on Ultra. It's the Steam version, but modded to achieve that soundtrack. Man, come on. Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. It looks like when I played it for the first time, my god, that's something that I'll address in a second. Because back in the day we played them, the TV screens were much smaller. That's a good wreck there. And damn it, there's another one there. Shit. That one got ahead of me. Let's see. Oof, that was so close. That soundtrack, man, come on. There's something. I'll cover. I'm sorry I'm getting you killed so much, but this game, no worries, Crowbar. Talk about any element. You didn't get me killed. See, I got first. Is that's absolutely normal with this game? No worries, man. Anything you may want to chat about. I love debating all of these games with all of you. Easy. I'm playing on hard difficulty, and I'll give you the breakdown if you'd like to listen to it. I'll give you the breakdown. Pretty much, you want something called the Clover Edition, which is a modded version. These kind of games, the soundtrack just blow my mind as to how excellent they are every time. Yay! I mentioned the composer of this game, the soundtrack of this game and everything at the beginning, because pretty much, we don't get amazing soundtracks like this anymore. There are a lot of games with amazing soundtracks nowadays, but the cadence, the frequency of when we get
You don't want to miss this train.
these soundtracks is not that usual.
Only on the next chassis.
We never hear about the composers anymore. I mentioned that in all of my reviews since the dawn of my streams, Crowbar, 100%. I think the soundtrack is the soul, the essence of a video game, and reviewers don't pay attention about them. They don't pay attention about them. The same happens with movies, huh? In a lot of cases. For example, I don't know if you watched Cars 1 or Cars 3. They have amazing soundtracks. They are some of my favorite Disney movies. And they have amazing soundtracks, and reviewers don't pay attention to it. Midnight Club Edition was the big racing game before this that I remember, but it was big artists the whole way through. Pretty much that's the point.
In today's split second.
Pretty much that's the point. Midnight Club, you mean the dub edition on that one is the third one. No, Midnight Club dub edition is from the PSP, which when I picked up like this game, but it was a big article all the way through. Holy shit, it blew my mind. You mean a split second? Pretty much. It also blew my mind. I played it back in the day. It's not like with Secret 2 that it was my first playthrough. In the case of this game, I played it back on the PS3. Here we have the first bot of the day, people. The first bot of the day. Then I'll ban all of them once we finish. Soundtrack that isn't 50 cent. Yeah, I get you. Hello, bot. Say hello, Crowbar. Sadly, with this game, I cannot alt-tab, so we'll have to wait until the end of the stream to have it bot. Let me see if I can. It's not borderless, but maybe I can. Yeah, I can ban it. I can ban the bot. I love it. And consider this, people. I have a lot of those cheap viewers are fantastic. No, you would be surprised, Robert, if I told you my experience. You would be surprised how many streamers pay for that shit. Yeah, lol. They pay for that shit. They pay for that shit. I had to ban links the other day. I was talking with Pekarin. Oh, there's so much, man. You would be surprised at how few I am. That's why I'm proud of my stream, because all of you guys not only are, I was mentioning this at the beginning, all of you guys, I created all of these rules. See the conundrum, the conundrum, Crowbar. At the beginning of when I started streaming, I created all of these crazy rules that I'm sure scare a lot of viewers off, because I was used to watch Twitch before streaming. Even the main menu is and at 60 FPS and physics fixed, so it's much better. So the only problem that I mentioned at the beginning is that you have to go through the menu by using the keyboard. The other option that you have is using a wired joystick. I mentioned this, that finishing with the other topic, that when I started streaming, all of you were also well-mannered, courteous, well-educated, so polite, so incredibly polite that sometimes I feel bad about the initial rules that I wrote down here in my stream. Like I had a completely different experience. Yeah, it happened to me, Crowbar, because I saw the streams normally, and then I said, well, some rules need to be put in place, and then I realized that they probably scare the most polite, well-mannered, and courteous people ever on Earth, which is precisely all of you. And sometimes I feel bad about leaving the rules I'm like down here, but well, I leave them just in case, so it makes me feel bad. That's something that I mentioned at the beginning with Junior Tech some minutes ago. I feel bad because you are also courteous and well-mannered, that I think it's completely different. It has to do with the games as well that we analyzed. Going back to the breakdown, I'll give you the breakdown. Why it looks so good that you mentioned. Nah, you're good, man. I think people don't come for post-mortem of games a lot, and they don't realize what they are getting. Yeah, precisely. Post-mortem, it's absolutely tragic. So yeah, there's a huge difference in terms of the audience. Like, as I said, I feel bad that you are also courteous and well mannered, and then you enter in a Fortnite stream, and it's for me it's a bit tragic. It's a bit tragic and sad. But not to say that there aren't youngsters who well, youngsters, people. I'm only 28. I can do it. I can do it. And I don't say that there aren't youngsters that are extremely polite. I teach English, precisely British English. I'm an English teacher of British English, besides developing software. And I can tell you that there's a lot of young people who are extremely polite. But it's true that on average, you have your probability of getting a highly polite, educated, and everything audience it's much higher when you stream, when you're not streaming Fortnite, for example. It also had to do with a lot of cultural things that we can get into someday, people. That basically it has to do with the psychological difference between uh, the school systems in Europe and America. There's a huge difference, for example, and in terms of culturally. But going back to the edition of Split Second, in case you want to get the game, Grover, you want to get the modded Clover edition. That will include the mod inside of it, or your other option, that's option 1. Option 2 is to get the Steam version of the game and mod it. Otherwise, the game will be hard-coded at 30 FPS. If you get the Xbox 360 version or the PS3 version, they will be hard-coded. Got it, thank you. The Clover edition, I cannot tell you how to find it, because otherwise, you can imagine, you can emulate the console versions. You can get the Xbox 360 or PS3 versions of it, or you can get the Steam version. Nah, don't you worry. Pretty much, the Clover edition is what you will see here, with fixed 60 FPS, which is extremely hard to do because the game was originally hard-coded at 30 FPS, and that caused the physics engine to be synchronized with that. But somehow, through black magic, the motors of the game managed to synchronize the explosions with 60 FPS. I have a 1-year son, and I have a substantial collection of consoles, ranging from Atari to Switch. If my son doesn't like them, I may have to give up on my life. No, please, Crowbar, no, don't say that. I know it's with irony, but I also have a version of Split Second on console, on the Xbox 360 or PS3. So, congratulations on having a son. It's I bet an amazing experience, and with Alliance 360, the same one that you mentioned on over at Discord. Congratulations, and precisely, it's an absolute challenge nowadays with the dawn of the cell phone and everything. It's fantastic, but I swear to God, if he doesn't like video games, well, I think we all of us, hardcore old school players, have that conundrum. Crowbar. We all have that conundrum, but well, the fact that you have a son instead of a daughter, that's a good head start. For example, in the case of wanting to incorporate him to video games. If I don't get to 1v1 him in Quake, you like Quake? You like Quake? You like old school? Nowadays they call them. You know how they call them, Crowbar? Boomer shooters. What a shitty denomination. I love Quake. They call Doom, Wolfenstein, Duke Nukem. They call them boomer shooters. What a pile of crap. I used to be a streamer of boomer shooters. No, the correct denomination is 2D FPS games. 2D FPS games. God damn it. Boomer shooters, as they call them now. Ah, disgusting. 2D FPS games. People, Doom is the father of the FPS genre. We need to show some respect. I have a Half-Life tattoo, Quake tattoo, and Fallout tattoo, etc, etc. God damn it. God damn it. You love FPS? Then I'll give you some recommendations. This will be like when Pekarin asked me about offline MMORPGs. I'll give you some recommendations. Duke Nukem. Get the Megaton edition on the PS Vita. Big fan of them, haha. Of course. Yeah. Duke Nukem, get the Megaton edition on the PS Vita. If you want a portable device to get it, you won't find it on the Switch. If you can see a PS Vita, get the Megaton edition, because it's different when compared to the Nuclear edition. I streamed once dressed as Dollar Store Duke Nukem. I look hilarious. Oh. Wow. Can I see it? I might see it, huh? I might see it if it's still recorded. No, but Twitch originally only records. Might I see it, or it's my favorite Duke Nukem is Duke Nukem Manhattan Project. The expansions was that by the community, or I think it's one of the official ones by the developers, the original developers. Then I'll see that. I'll see if I can see that stream. Like Duke Nukem, it's a 2.5D game. It's Duke Nukem Manhattan Project. Could it be is it the DS one? No, it's not the DS one. There's a DS version of Duke Nukem, like what you are describing. But it had a different name. I don't think it's that one. There's a DS game like that. There's a DS game like that. See, people? We got to first place because we kept up the... I remember the PC version only though. Then it's either one of the expansions or one that I didn't play. You got me there. That I don't know about that one. If you want a portable version besides the Switch one, the PS Vita one, the Megaton edition is no longer found, but if you mod your PS Vita, you can still get access to it. So I highly recommend you the Megaton edition. The PS1 games I remember were Time to Kill and I don't recognize. No, you got me there. I didn't play a lot of I played PS1. It was my first console, but I was much more about the Game Boy in that sense. The Game Boy was my first console. Oh no, I can't remember the second one. So Time to Kill, I don't remember that one. Don't remember that one. The fifth generation, I was way too young. It was precisely your main generation because you were a bit older than me. Land of the Babes, that was it. So Where Time to Kill and Land of the Babes. I'll look into them. I'll see if I can add them to my PS Vita. I'll look for them, see how they are. If they're like Duke Nukem, they must be pretty good. Even if they are in 2D or with an isometric perspective, was typical back in the day. Like Siphon Filter, Siphon Filter was third person, but like Ghost in the Shell was first person. Time to Kill and Land of the Babes, they're games. Siphon Filter, they're games. No, I don't know. Hang on. We're talking about PS1 games you remember. Damn it, cheat. Sorry, people. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna tasering people till they caught fire. Oh, those are some PS1 games that I don't remember. Those are some games that I don't remember. The PS1, it was Siphon Filter for sure. Yes, Siphon Filter. I played on the PS Vita. You have also Dark Mirror and Logan's Shadow on the PSP. And emulated PS Vita can play those. So, pretty much. Sorry, man, I'm just right. No worries, Crowbar, no worries. I always love debating with you all, much more than anything in my in existence, because I have plenty of time to analyze the game. Think about this. I have plenty of time to analyze the game throughout the whole course. That was unavoidable. Throughout the whole course of the series, but then you guys have personal obligations at work and everything, at your jobs, at your personal lives. So then I perfectly understand whenever any of you, for example, can't drop by the stream or anything. I perfectly understand it, and I appreciate every single second you guys spend with me chatting about old school games. Well, not much I could do about that one, Grover. So I appreciate it more than anything in terms of the experience of the streaming. Talking to all of you, to Scarlet Dragoon, to Ike, to all of you. Have you ever played Arx Fatalis before? Isn't that one? No, I know which one it is. Isn't it the predecessor of the... I'm just using my memory here. Isn't it the predecessor of Arcane Austin's Dishonored series? I believe. I think it's the predecessor. Yes, I know which one it is. I'm just using my memory here, but it's the predecessor that, no, I have it on my pending list. It's the predecessor of the Dishonored series. Though I finished Dishonored with a perfect completion on the PS3 without ever being detective, like getting the gold trophy for that one. Like not ever being detective, the first Dishonored one. I love Dishonored. It's precisely from it's a dystopian British fantasy world. The Cornwall thing. I honestly think you'd love it. As soon as you try the magic system, I think it would catch you. Yeah, I had it in my radar, and you are confirming it to me because it's the predecessor of Dishonored and Bioshock. It also followed the system of Bioshock. I didn't play Bioshock. I'll say it immediately, people. Because the shooting mechanics weren't as good as in other 7th generation shooting games, but there was recently a remaster that I want to try. But yeah, back then the shooting mechanics of the original Bioshock can be a bit rough. I tried it, and I simply couldn't get into them. But great recommendation, great recommendation, Crowbar, because Arx Fatalis is the underrated predecessor of Dishonored and Bioshock. I think it existed before. That one was quite close than those. I can give you some recommendations. For example, in terms of racing games, Sonic All Stars Racing Transformed. On PC it's 60 FPS, I believe. I think I didn't mod it. I think we can survive. Damn it! Look at that. The fun. The fun of the ship got expelled from it and killed me. The fan of the ship. See, that's the variety that I was mentioning. Oh, always love these. Oh, damn it. I killed myself here. That last bit of the race was quite brutal. We can do some recommendations. If you have an Xbox 360, of course, as I said at the beginning, to like. Forza Horizon 1, it'll be a challenge. You'll remember me, Crowbar. If you play Forza Horizon 1, you'll remember me. If you try to get gold in every race of Forza Horizon 1, the first one on the Xbox 360, it has the nastiest, the worst rubber banding artificial intelligence you have ever seen. It's worse than, and also Forza Motorsport 2, the final race of that one is brutal. It doesn't have music, so you need to be a really purist racing fan to get that one, to get into that one. Let's bring this one that has a higher degree of strength to survive the explosions. Pretty much the Forza Motorsport 2, I think it's the epitome of the racing genre. The pinnacle of the racing genre, Forza Motorsport 2, because of the difficulty precisely. But Forza Horizon 1, due to how amazing the artificial intelligence is in terms of the rubber banding, it will pose probably the greatest challenge of your life as a racing player ever. Like 100%. Damn it! That's a shitty drift right there. Forza Horizon 1, definitely 100%. Forza Horizon 1, it has the most incredible rubber banding artificial intelligence you'll ever find, and the difficulty is a challenge. Try to get gold in every race, Crowbar, and you'll see what the highest difficulty ever is in terms of racing games. Like ever. So Forza Horizon 1, all of the Forza Motorsport series. If you have a modded Xbox 360, you can restore the original mod, the original amount of cars of the Xbox One version, which is now lost forever because it was online only or some shit like that. You can restore it to the Xbox 360 version through modding. That was terrible. I'll pick another car. So if you have a modded Xbox 360, you'll be able to restore the cat content from that version to the... No, let's use the same one because I think it had to do with the level design of the track that I didn't have a lot of room to escape. As soon as you read the magic name, it's on. Yeah, perfect. What was I mentioning? The racing system. The artificial intelligence, it's absolutely amazing. And in the case of Forza Horizon 2, on the Xbox 360, through modding, precisely, you can restore the cat content that they so tyrannically cut from the game when they released the Xbox One version. So I would highly recommend the... And you cannot get that version anymore due to license issues. And it has the whole map of Australia. And... damn it, that was close. And basically... Here we can see a difficulty spike, people. And basically, you can restore it to the Xbox 360 version of the game. And it will be amazing. And it's absolutely amazing. You can see how much content they cut from the Xbox 360 version of Forza Horizon 2. But I would still recommend Forza Horizon 1 as the most incredible one ever. Due to the difficulty of the game. So there's that. In terms of FPS games that I was mentioning, pretty much the Megaton edition of Duke Nukem, for example, hang on a second. Oh, I cannot say it. It's a blind turn here. The Megaton edition that you can get on your PS Vita. Damn it. It's definitely a difficulty spike. We need to do something about it. Perhaps if I have... It doesn't matter about... It's not a problem about speed here. But a problem about dodging the missiles, people. Dodging the missiles. Let me change to a different car. Pretty much, there was that track. These are all the same. Damn it! These are all the same. Look at that. They're all the same. This one has the highest strength out of all of them. So, pretty much, Forza Horizon 1, the greatest one. Then, of course, Gran Turismo, of course. The Midnight Club series that we mentioned briefly, and that also had a lot of influences on modern racing games. Burnout, of course. Needless to say, Burnout 100%. Burnout 100%. 1, 2, and 3, and of course Midnight Club. Midtown Madness as well. Midtown Madness, that's an old school one. And we mentioned also the boomer shooters. I will cite as an example Ghost in the Shell, both the PS1 and the PSP versions. Also Siphon Filter, of course. Resistance on the PS3, the Resistance series on the PS3, PSP, and I mean, you can only take 2 of them. And pretty much Dishonored. You have the ultimate. What is the? I mean, that's impossible to avoid, huh? I mean, to think that that's impossible to avoid, people. You have the racing. The racing, in terms of the FPS games. You have, besides Ghost in the Shell, Siphon Filter, Resistance on the PS3, of course, Gears of War, Crackdown. On the Xbox 360, you have everything pretty much. A lot of shooters, Halo, of course, and everything. But pretty much, you'll see a lot of those. That we can recommend. For example, in the integral history of PC game genres, I go over all of them, people, because there's way too many of them to talk about. See that hit point? Yeah, that hit point mechanic is quite brutal. You can begin. I bet you are beginning to see the difficulty spike of the game, people. I bet you can begin to see the difficulty spike of the game, how incredibly amazing it is. But we'll definitely get through it. Pretty much. We have qualified for the elite race, so let's get to the elite race. We need to dominate those explosions, those helicopter explosions. So yeah, we can do some recommendations then about racing games. We can talk about racing games, and Mario Kart clones. You have, of course, but before, let's get back to the other question that you mentioned. It looks amazing because it's a modded version, ultra with 60 FPS and everything, like the physics are fixed, and it's absolutely amazing. Also the joystick is fixed, joystick control is fixed. The vibration is amazing in terms of the joystick. And yes, get the Clover edition. Or get the Steam version of the game and mod it. You have those two options and you'll enjoy 60 FPS and everything that the game has to, that this modded version has to offer. So it's absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. To finally enjoy this beauty at 60 FPS at ultra settings, because as Crowbar just mentioned, it's absolutely gorgeous. Damn it! That one was close. They kind of like... almost close. Enjoy this soundtrack, people. The legendary Elite Race theme. But yeah, let's do some recommendations since we've already analyzed the main aspects of the game. Pretty much. We can think about Crash Team Racing, Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed, F1 Racing Stars is one that we usually don't mention. Redout. It's an anti-gravity game in the same vein as Wipeout and F-Zero, for example. Wipeout and F-Zero. See how the soundtrack unfolds. Yeah, precisely. Absolutely incredible. See how the mechanic begins to come into play, to play a role, because you can escape the power place. And you can pretty much and that opens the door for a lot of possibilities. There we go. Triple rank. Oof, this is the final lap. It's only two. This one was only 2 laps. Pretty close, pretty close. We're gonna make it. First try. Was it the first try, people? Was it the first try? Then I will check out that one. You can Manhattan Project, the 2.5D game. I didn't know about that one. PC version only. Pretty much we have a lot of. I can give you a lot of ideas from all of Mario Karts, Crash Team Racing, Sonic All Stars Racing Transformed. F1 All Stars is usually not taken into account, of course, Blur and pretty much a lot of other cases. For example, there was another kart racing, Little Big Planet kart racing. Little Big Planet kart racing. That one is one that people usually don't know about. And Mod Nation Racers as well. Those ones you will all probably love them, and they are quite underrated. Oh, we're already at nuclear plants exploding. We're already at nuclear plants exploding. Wow. Alright, people, it's already been 3 hours. We pretty much covered. I think you all visited me too today, people. I think it was all of you at the same time. You pretty much were waiting for me to finish Sacred 2. You visited me, people. Deep thanks to all of you, for visiting me on stream. To all of you in this first playthrough of a split second. Ah, there it is. There they are. As you can see, I'll use the last hour. So we got to episode 6. As you can see, there are only 12 episodes. So this should be pretty short. Let's try to get first place in the other ones. In the other ones, before we proceed, we'll begin with episode 6 next time. And I'll use the last hour of the stream to cover the races that I couldn't do at the beginning. So let's begin with elimination here. Pretty much, as you can see, as I mentioned, the only caveat, the only drawback of this modded version is that you have to use the keyboard or crowbar in case you're watching this as a YouTube or are still in the chat. Here you can see that I have to use my keyboard to swipe through the menu and the options. This car has been pretty good so far, and I don't want to waste your time, people. Then we can try another car next time. And precisely the only drawback of this new version is that you can get the Steam version, option 1, you can get the Steam version and mod it, or get the Clover version. I cannot tell you how. Pretty much will give you the 60 FPS and everything. It won't give you wireless gameplay on the menus, but yes on the rest of the game. And that's because the PC version of the game wasn't the main one. But pretty much it will ensure that you will play the best version of the game. Why? Because you will have 60 FPS and the physics will be synchronized with the power plays. So absolutely amazing, and it will look as good as ever. What I was going to mention precisely to Kroger was that back in the day, you probably don't remember this game running, looking so good, because back in the day, the Xbox 360 and PS3 versions of this game, we played them in a couch, pretty much. In a couch, I'll give you the logical reason, the scientific reason. We played them in a couch far away from the TV, generally. Far away from the TV. Instead of close, like this one. Close to the screen, like this one. And that probably made you lose a lot of visual detail. Make you lose a lot of visual detail. Like, pretty much, it will ensure that if you that back in the day you played the game far away from your TV, and that caused you to lose the pixel per inch quality, the PPI, the pixel per inch quality. And the direct consequence of that is that you lose a lot of visual details. That's why you probably don't remember the game Crowbar if you're watching it as a ball or anything. You don't. That's why you don't remember the game with this amazing graphical quality. This is at ultra settings that the console version doesn't have, and you're probably watching it on a TV. Probably watching it in your monitor, which is closer to the screen. Damn it. Which is closer to the screen. I hope that works. Did it work? No, it didn't work. Which is closer to the screen, so you can see the details in depth. It happened to me the same as the first try. Damn it. It's definitely... I can see that they are mixed. In terms of the difficulty. We have some easy events and some harder events. So, pretty much. That's the reason, people, why you might see that the game looks much better. Because you are looking at it with a higher PPI, a higher pixel per inch quality. Because you are not far away from your screen, and besides also that the game is on ultra settings at 60 FPS. That's basically the reason why Crowbar mentioned that he doesn't remember the game to look as good as this at all. So pretty much. So it's not a very streamable game because precisely you can get killed in a matter of seconds, but we're gonna do it, no problem. Anyways, people, you don't distract me at all. Don't feel bad about interrupting people. That's as to all of you, to Ike, Junior Tech, Scarlet Dragoon, Crowbar, and anyone else. You don't interrupt me at all. Don't feel bad. You are all so well mannered and courteous that I always mention that nowadays I feel bad about all of my crazy panels. So yeah, pretty much. Besides, due to different time zones, it's even more valuable, people, when you all visit me, because I know there's a 5 to 6 hour difference with the European Union. That precisely it's quite late for all of you, and it's absolutely amazing that you all visited me today. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, regardless of the time zone difference. Alright, people. Alright. We'll continue the analysis next time, because I pretty much covered all the elements that I wanted to cover as a first impressions stream. Because pretty much the what I was going to mention about the bots that I forgot in my interesting conversation with Crowbar. What I was going to mention about the bots is that you would be surprised how many streamers pay for them, but you'll realize that there's a huge difference in terms of the interactivity. For example, we are 9 Discord members. A small asterisk. I guess sorry to Pixel Generator. Sorry to Pixel Generator if somehow you didn't want to be to tell me your corresponding user to each user. That's why he left the Discord. Sorry to you if it was if you didn't want to do so, but I need to be able to recognize you. So all good, no worries at all. No worries at all. No worries at all. Because I need to be able to identify all of you precisely. All right, so that's pretty much the thing. Otherwise, it's because of botting, precisely as you could see. I had to stop. I had to prevent links from being displayed in chat, which is quite uncomfortable because I cannot see your links, people, and you have to drop them over at Discord. Because precisely the the bots send those links that you just saw some minutes ago. That's the thing. The bots will spam my chat, and I want you to have the best experience possible. So pretty much that's why you had a perfect display of why. You'll be surprised, as I was saying, how many streamers use those bots. So pretty much it's incredible that you can see a difference, because there are streamers with 200 followers or 300 followers, and you can see that when they have chatters, in a lot of cases, they are just a follow for follow chatters from Discord groups that dedicate to do that. That, for example, I have 200 followers. I'll spend time in your stream. You spend time in mine, and I think that's absolutely no save. It's absolutely venomous, absolutely toxic, and it is because it distorts metaphysical reality. So you can see here that, as you all, I deeply appreciate it. You all visit me as my reviewer colleagues, my friends. So I deeply appreciate it. Because you can see it's extremely artificial in those cases, because for example, a question like the one that Scardragoon posed, like why do you decide to pick this game and review it, you won't see it, for example, because it's all like random chatter from other streamers. They call it networking, but I think that distorts the real talent of the streamer. That's the thing. With all of my analysis, with all of the time I spend analyzing games and doing those things, I pretty much think that's I'll leave to all of you measure it, my small or big amount of potential, let's say potential talent, that you cannot see when the streamer just basically gets to have a chat filled with bots and follow streamers, like through networking. The nature of the chat, like talking about all of these amazing games and everything, or talking about Forza Horizon at the beginning with Ike, or with Scarlet Dragoon about the game, or about the accessibility options with Junior Tech. Those things, guys, for example, that's what I truly value. It's a huge difference. So deeply appreciate it. None of you are distracting me, even if I get crushed by a crane. So let's see if we can get this final first place. So yeah, and yeah, that's why I cannot allow you to write links in chat in case you're looking for the reason, because of those bots. Viewers, $2. Yay! What a bunch of degenerates. And the real reason, the worst part, is that it distorts the real talent of the stream. Because, for example, when I streamed for, as we all do, when I streamed, for example, alone doing the analysis and everything, the fact that streamers with only one viewer are at the bottom of the stream, of the list, for example, it distorts the metaphysical reality of views completely. Because if you think about it, you're hiding the true value and talent that the streamer could potentially provide to the viewer. Because the one with the most bots and viewers and everything, pretty much, won't provide the value, but will be at the top. For example, that's why I despise bots so much, because they distort the real talent of the streamer. I'm not saying that I'm extremely I'm not saying in any way I'm a novice, but be it small or big, you cannot see the truth in his in the value that he could potentially provide to the viewers. In my case, the analysis, I don't do normal. I won't provide you with a lot of funny jokes, like in a lot of cases, but I'll provide you with my analysis. In that sense, is what I'm good at. Though it was good doing the different voices of the NPCs in Sacred 2. That was pretty good. With the Lizard Man, with the Lizard Folk, and all of those. Change episode, tab. I need to press tab. Alright, good. We unlock the new one here. This one, we'll finish this one. We have to use that car, so there's pretty much no difference. There's pretty much no difference here, guys. So good. I think it will take us a few streams to get to the ending. Huh? I think it will take us a few streams. The campaign was shorter than I thought, or I think it's easier once you get it to run at 60 FPS. So let's do it. Wow. I forgot about it. I have an FPS. I almost forgot about it, people. I have an FPS. I forgot to mention it to Prover. I have an FPS that we are going to analyze soon. That would be a pretty good idea. I have an FPS to show to all of you. I have an FPS that will surprise you. That will surprise you. I have an FPS that will surprise you. Oof, close one. I have an FPS that will surprise you. That will. As a conclusion for today's analysis, pretty much, people, I wanted to once again mention the first elements of the review. The power play mechanic, pretty much the most essential part of the game. The power play mechanic and the amazing influence. Perfect. The power play mechanic that is completely different when compared to Blur and Mario Kart, which doesn't have physical elements, to think about, to take into account, like in most kart racers. Ah, damn it, almost there. Damn it, almost there. Second place again. Oh, it's a huge difference. Damn it. Let's retry it. Huh. Let's retry it. Damn it, that's a 4-second difference. That's huge. Target 1 minute. Sorry, 1 minute 54 seconds. Okay. Alright, let's see what we can do about it. Maybe I don't have to drift at all. Maybe it has to do with my habit of drifting. Yeah, that's another interesting case. Another interesting element. We don't have a speedometer here. We don't have a speedometer. Ah, and the shortcuts as well. Maybe I have to pay attention. Maybe I missed a shortcut. I don't think so. I don't think so. So, well, as the first element that I wanted to highlight, precisely, the amazing integration, the balance between the... Damn it, that one's unavoidable. That one's unavoidable. At that speed. Damn it, quite difficult. Pretty much the integration of the balance between the pure racing mechanics and the how do I put it? The mastery of the weaponry system. The fact that there's an economic system, as you could see, that is integrated to in the game to completely to unlock the player. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? I don't know why that happened at all. Looks like this one will be quite difficult. That's why I left this for the end of the stream, people, because it's much more difficult. Pretty much the integration of an economic system that unlocks the artillery, the artillery, sorry, the weaponry system of the games. That means that this game takes a toll on ya, and you're getting tired. Precisely. Precisely, it's absolutely amazing that that there's an economic system involved, in the sense that you have to fill the power bar. You have to fill the power bar to finally get access to the power place. So it's absolutely amazing. It's absolutely amazing. It's absolutely amazing because it incorporates not only an RPG element with the stat system, but also an economic damage. Dang it, shit. That's so difficult to predict. That's so difficult to predict, and if I hit the brakes, I lose anyways. So those were the first elements that I wanted to analyze today. Precisely the integration of the balance between the usage of the mastery of the racing system of the game. Ah, damn! There's a jump there. That's the problem. That's the problem. There's a jump. There's a jump there that I need to master. There's a jump there that I need to master. precisely. There's a jump. There's a reason. So the balance between the pure mastery, the mastery of the pure racing mechanics of the game, and the weaponry system. As you can see, the fact that the power play system plays a role, it diversifies the options that we have. It diversifies the options that we have 100% in terms of the gameplay mechanics of the game. And besides that balance, there we go. Left, right. Well, I mean, this is like a slow torture. If this doesn't work, then I don't know how we'll get it. A minute and 54 time. Perhaps I meant to drift. Perhaps I meant to drift. But you also lose speed while drifting. So, I don't know. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Perhaps we can make it. Oh, come on, come on. 52, 53. I think I got it. I think I got it. I think I got it, people. I think I got it. I think I got it. Come on, I couldn't see it. Yes! Yes, see the precision, the difficulty is beginning to ramp up. Good, good. Oh, we got a car for doing this. Pretty good, pretty good. So yeah, pretty much the balance between the pure racing mechanics and the weaponry elements and the power play and how it's an economic system that you need to get to feel through the power bar, through the pure racing mechanics as the first elements that I wanted to highlight in this first impressions day of the analysis here. This one is a bomber, right? It's a bomber quest, so we need strength. How about this one? This one seems pretty strong to survive the bombs. So yeah, pretty much. Those are missile waves to avoid damage. That was easy. Perfect wave, and we need to keep that combo up and going. Careful because drifting can be tricky here. Oops, that one was in a blind spot. I wonder if I can survive 3. This is a blind one. Or not. No, it's still detecting. When you hear that sound, it's because it's still recalibrating. If you are way too slow, you'll see that you get caught up in the overall explosions. Perfect wave, 2 perfect waves, 6 waves to streak. Damn it, that one. Oof, I don't know how I avoided that one. I survived. It's not about speed, it's about surviving people here. Perfect wave times 3. Now I feel good. I'm beginning to get the hang of it. That one is unavoidable. Shit. There goes my combo. There goes my combo. I feel like driving a truck. I feel like driving a truck. Right now, perfect wave. I should not have drifted there, but well. Oof. Ah, it's the... Alright, it's the time frame between the first explosion and the second. That's when you explode. There's kind of like a cooldown period. See what happens if you're way too slow? They kind of like all get together too slow. There it says it. They all get together and you get inevitably killed. So you need to find a balance between them. Took second place. As long as I keep surviving. A bit more. We are close. We're close. We are gonna make it. Right, left, right. No. Shit, so close. Second place, damn it. Damn it. Anyways, I got like 5th last time. Let's retry the event. We are getting first place on this thing. So yeah, pretty much. It's incredible how the balance between the racing, the mastery of the pure racing mechanics, and the weaponry system of the game, how you get access to it through the economic system that the game implements. It's absolutely amazing through the power plays and the gameplay variety as well. So you'll see. Besides, you need a car with kind of like precise control for this gameplay. Oof, that one was close. Yeah, they changed the location if you are way too slow. Quite an amazing way of ensuring that the player doesn't cheat. This one will be unavoidable, so I'll stick to the left, and like that I took a hit, but they didn't kill me. So, as you can see, good one, perfect wave. You get more points if you don't even get hit a bit, like that. That was a pretty weird. Perfect wave. Wait. That was a bit cheesy, but it wasn't my intention. There we go. Took first place. Then I win, I guess. Yep, I win instantly. Very well, people. Very, very well. So you can see we are fixing all of those mistakes from last time. From the last time we tried this one. And yes, pretty much that's what I would ask you to consider, people, when trying this game, that the economic system is implemented in a way that that is indirect. It's absolutely indirect, and alright, we have one more here. Third one. Please let me pick the same one, the right back. This one. It's absolutely incredible. It's absolutely incredible how they integrated the economic system of the game to create the power play. To create a power play. The power play system. How they integrated the economic philosophy of the game, so that you have to actually drive good in order to unlock the weaponry system of the game. to unlock the weaponry system of the game. To unlock the weaponry system of the game. Basically because in most kart racers, there is an economic system associated to the gameplay mechanics, because you just find the weapons pretty much exactly lying around physically. Oh, I cannot see this one. There we go. Good. Pretty good there. We avoided that one, thanks to the drifting. We can do it. I love it. It's not a very streamable game because you can get killed so fast that you don't even realize it. But people don't. Please, now I'm be shy. I deeply appreciate chatting with all of you. Pretty much in the future if we are playing this game. It will be pretty short, sadly, because it's the campaign is quite short. But I want to see if we can unlock Onslaught mode, which is like this one but racing at the same time. I mean, that one was brutal. That one was brutal. No way to avoid it. Oh well. I think we're gonna make it anyways, because we kept up a pretty amazing combo, and with some perfect waves we can make it to the target, to the score target. Oh damn it, I didn't see that one coming. Damn it. 3-wave streak. You can see that getting killed, it's factored in terms of the mechanics. Shit. Now we might have lost first place. Damn it, I was so close. Come on, we're so close, just a bit more. Truth out, and let's see. Oh shit. Out of lives. Damn it. I should have gone a bit faster, because I think it's calculated. I think it's absolutely calculated that you can get through the game, and damn it. Let's retry the event. I was 4,000 points away, pretty much 2 perfect waves. Huh? No. Here we go. Basically. So yes, as the first elements, as a conclusion for today's analysis, the integration of the balance of the balance between the pure racing mechanics of the game with the pure racing mechanics of the game with the I think the waves get progressively harder. Yeah, that's the thing. That's why they give you more points in later stages. That's the thing. So the balance between them, that opens up a lot of possibilities. For example, the fact that you can avoid that there isn't a warranted 100% probability of getting killed through the blue shell in Mario Kart. Come on, I need to get out of this zone. There we go, we have plenty of room here. Yeah, it also has a component of calculating when the missiles are going to strike. Ooh, that one was close. Shit, that was wrong. That was definitely wrong. Come on, we can turn it around still. If we can keep up the combo. So yeah, that balance and the economic system, pretty much, they're all amazing elements that we will too slow. What? Damn it, that one was an amazing one. Perfect wave. There we go. Come on. Come on. We can still make it. We can still make it. We're at 21,000. And we need to reach 35. There's still a long way to go. There we go. Oof, almost perfect wave. Perfect wave? No, not perfect, but well, good one. Oof. Damn it, shit. I didn't see the there was a second one in the shadow of the first. Pretty much unavoidable. Come on. Come on, I need to get out of here. Perfect wave. Good. We're so close. So close. 34, just one more. Damn one. Damn, this one was quite long. You have to be kidding me. I'm 200 points away. But I need to survive it. I still need to survive it. I made it. Pretty good. Good stuff, people. Good stuff. Good stuff. It adds to a lot of tension, huh? See how it builds up the tension. But well, I bet you can see all of the amazing elements that the game has. A quick footnote. Sorry, in the case of the Scar Dragoon, if you don't like the game, we'll do Secret 2 on Thursday, if that's a better option. We'll get to the Ice and Blood expansions, for example. So we have a lot of variety. We have them all. And pretty much, let's finish. I still have some minutes more, 5 minutes. Let me see. Because like this, you unlock extra chapters, right? That's why you could see that there were more. There's an extra race there. As you can see, people, just as a quick reference, as you can see here, there you will see down there that I have the game on hard difficulty. So, just in case you are wondering. It shouldn't take us a lot of time. We were here. Sunset Fire. What's that one that we didn't get to? We'll be using the Ryback Coyote. And it's probably the same one, right? I basically failed all of the ones that are about evading missiles, pretty much. Pretty much. So let's do it. Let's do it, people. I know it's a beat the clock. It's a race against time. Hey, this car's pretty good. Ah, but there's explosions here. Now I remember. Ooh, I didn't know about that one. You could escape that one like that. Now I see. This game will be like that. Like, now I see. Now I see. Now I see. So yeah, that's a basic conclusion for the first impressions. Then we'll get into a more in-depth damn it, that was a good run. A more in-depth analysis of it. Pretty much, as you can see, the power play system and the fact that it's pretty short. Yeah, you don't have to get killed. Yeah, I see. If you don't get killed, you can make it. You can make it. By the way, I almost forgot it. You have the ultimate version of Doom that was recently released with the extra chapters and expansions and community things. I left it over at Discord for you, for example, Crowbar, that we were talking about, the boomer shooters, the 2D FPS games, the original FPS games, Doom 1 and 2, Doom 1 plus 2. You can get it if you had the originals. Doom 1 and Doom 2 from Bethesda, they combined them and created an amazing package, for example. But well, coming back to the analysis, people, as a conclusion for today's first impressions, pretty much the power play system opens up the possibility for a lot of things, and the integration of the economic system that basically involves racing mechanics. Hey, that one was amazing. Pretty good. Pretty well done. If I do say so myself. I won't even drift. Yeah, we're gonna make it. If we don't make it like this... Oh! We didn't make it! Wow. Drifting makes you lose speed. In terms of the UI, there's only one flaw, which is the fact that that you don't have a speedometer. That's the thing. That's the thing. That's the thing. So well, that integration and the fact that the balance between both systems, as you could see, people, is absolutely amazing. So this will be the last one, huh? I didn't stop. This will be the last one then that we'll do today. We'll leave the rest of them, the residual races, for next time. But now that I see it, it shouldn't take us a lot of time to finish the campaign. I might have to pick the next game for analysis quite soon. Quite soon. I thought it was longer. Shit. I'm finishing this before finishing the stream. So well, as a direct conclusion, people, the game rewards the pure racing system of it much more than in Mario Kart, than in classic kart racers. And in pure kart racers, than in more pure kart racers. So here, it's amazing how the... Alright, you don't have to stop, you don't need to hit the brakes. Alright, it's just a small opening that you need to get through. Okay, let's see. Let's see, people, let's see. I think I'm getting the hang of it. I love it how they make the player organically learn the mechanics. That could have probably been avoided. That could have probably been improved. That could have been probably improved. Come on, faster. Nice. God, I mean, you have to be kidding me. You have to be kidding me. Damn it. We're not leaving without finishing this. There has to be some kind of trick. Damn it, I got so close. You cannot choose the car for this one, right? No, you cannot do that. You have to be kidding me. Well, it was a whole thing, a whole second. I'll try drifting then. I'll try drifting. Like that. It's a small opening. I love how exact they made it to be. And now I need to master these ones. The corners. Perfect. That will make the difference. I just need to ensure I don't get killed here. There we go. We're gonna make it this time. Told ya. Yes. Well, see the precision. This is another element, the final element, uh, that this is the final element that I wanted to mention. The precision of the track, of mastering the track. You can see it's a pretty different uh, style than with Mario Kart. I'm not saying that Mario Kart is worse. Definitely, Mario Kart is the best racer of all time, people. But there you could perfectly see the how exact the game can be. I think I chose retry. No, 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 no. We've already mastered this one. Let me go for it. Quick. There we go. All right, people. All right. This is it for today. In these 4 hours, I hope you enjoyed the stream. We made it up to chapter episode 6. There's only 12 of them. They will get harder in difficulty, so don't think it will be as fast as today. But as you can see, a relatively short campaign when compared to Forza Motorsport or Horizon, but with a lot of quality, as you will see. Pretty much, the power play mechanic is unique, and the balance that they found is quite intriguing because it's unique. We'll analyze the rest of the gameplay elements, like the level design, like in this case it will be the track design, like pretty much the physics and everything once we get more into the gameplay. But as a first impressions session, people, I think it was pretty much perfect. I covered everything.